Are you guys ready?
That's what we love to hear.
You don't sound excited. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
That's better. That's better.
So, our theme this year, Dixon.
Nourishing futures, enhancing food security and water resilience through sustainable agriculture and climate action for youth empowerment.
Magnificent. And we're talking about feeding the continent and empowering the youth to be the driving force behind that. So it is really imperative that we sit today and get this conversation going. Do we have any people from Zambia in the building? Is that how Zambia sounds? Like, yeah. Is that what we're doing in Zambia? Yeah.
Zambia, mulipo.
Zambia.
Mulipo.
Yeah, that's it. Do we have any people from Zimbabwe?
Go fear.
Are you ready, guys? Come on.
Go Saif.
Come on. I'm sorry, I can't. If we can rise to our feet as we show some respect to our dignitaries who are making their way into the auditorium. And as you rise to your feet, say hi to your neighbor. Hi, neighbor. Hi, neighbor.
Hello.
Mulibwanji.
Ndilibwino ino mulibwanji.
Nilibwanji.
Ndilibwanji.
We can put our hands together for our dignitaries as they make their way into the auditorium. SADC youth, let's put our hands together. We can ululate. We can whistle. It's a true honor. That's it. Thank you very much. SADC youth, good morning. Good morning. Those who are young and young at heart, good morning. To our brilliant trailblazers from across the SADC region, we want to welcome you. To our distinguished guest here present, we also want to welcome you. To our incredible partners and sponsors, welcome. Let's put our hands together. It is our absolute honor to officially welcome you to the 8th Southern Africa Youth Forum. My name is Miss V Candy, and I will be your co-host this morning and for the rest of the day. And of course, I am not riding solo. Mulibwanji.
Ndilibwino ino mulibwanji.
Mulibwanji.
All right, my name is Dixon Shumba from the warm heart of Africa, Malawi.
You can make some noise for us, come on. So what we are going to experience for the next days, Dixon, is something really inspiring. You know, we have the young people coming with disruptive ideas.
Absolutely.
We have our partners with the strategic blueprint, and we have our sponsors, you know, being the fuel. And when we put that together, it is the ultimate dream team, you know, to feed and to power the Southern African region. So for the next days, we are making history. Tell your neighbor, we are making history.
And the good thing about this morning is that we are also going to award people that have done tremendous works in different aspects as well. So lots and lots of activities are happening these 3 days, V.
Fantastic. And we are looking forward to it. If you are looking forward to it, let me just see you wave. Wave. We are really looking forward to it. At this point of the program, I will ask us all to stand on our feet for the national anthem, for the South African national anthem, the African Union anthem, and the SADC anthem. Thank you very much.
Nkosi sikelele iAfrika, maluphakanyisa uphondo lwayo, yizwa imithandazo yethu,
nutrition, climate action, water, and food systems. After the 7th forum hosted by Madagascar last year, we strengthened partnership with key regional institutions, including the SADC Secretariat, Department of Food and Agriculture, AGRA, SADC PF and Africa Union. To build the momentum towards implementation, the SADC Secretariat and AGRA, we hosted a food forum in Botswana with young people, so that when we meet again today, we are not only discussing solutions, but preparing to translate resolutions into actions. As well, I will encourage young people to watch the space in terms of implementation of outcomes and being part of the agenda. Today's theme, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, nourishing features, enhancing food security and water resilience through sustainable agriculture and climate action for youth empowerment, speaks to the realities of youth every day, from drought to soil degradation, from water scarcity to rising climate risks, fertilizer use to land degradation. Food and water security are no longer future concerns. They are current emergencies. And young people are ready to respond to sustainable and climate smart solutions. We're also proud of the progress made through the Southern Africa Youth Envoy, following the recommendations adopted at our 4th forum through the Deputy Minister of International Relations, DECO, Alvin Boates. The envoy's role was instituted within SIOF. And the Climate Youth Envoy's role has gone from policy to practice. Since then, the envoy hosted the first conference for youth, Arakoi, the regional conference, before the COP, and trained 7,500 youth on climate negotiation, engaged governments to include youth in climate as the climate negotiators in their delegations, and served as a host for President Ruto of Kenya during the Climate Week, the work of the Climate Envoy that sits within SIOF. Young people, please watch this space. The term for the Climate Envoy has ended, so there's going to be an advertisement for the application for the new Southern Africa Climate Youth Envoy. As we continue to deepen implementation partnership, SIOF is also glad to announce our work with the SADC Secretariat on the Tripartite Simplified Trade Regime, TSTR, a framework developed by SADC, EAC, and COMESA to promote trade matters, entrepreneurship, need markets, especially when we are talking of a climate shock that threatens livelihoods. Your Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished speakers, and dear young friends, thank you for coming in these difficult times when funding challenges are real and when circumstances test our commitment. But SIOF, we believe our mission is not limited by funding. Our mission is not limited by funding. It is watered by ideas and innovation. Even if we meet under the tree, we will thrive. We will thrive and we will create meaningful impact in the lives of young people across the region. Let us nourish the futures. Let us secure water resilience. Let us grow sustainable agriculture through climate action so that youth empowerment is not promised, but practiced. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We can do better than that. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Mishek Gondo. So right now, right here, we are sitting, Dixon, in the absolute, biggest gathering of young minds, of innovators and change makers in the entire SADC region. And it makes us so proud, to see young people who are here for a cause.
Absolutely, and I was so happy when I was listening to the CEO, because he said something very interesting to say, youth empowerment is beyond this slogan. It's about empowering young people, and this is exactly what we need as young people, not only in this room, but even those that are also watching us, because we have got lots and lots of young people watching online.
welcome to our online delegates who are joining us. Thank you so much. And yeah, we welcome you here. We also want to thank our sponsors. Hey, it is important, that this event, an event of this magnitude, is fueled. It is made possible by those who have faith in the African youth. So we want to thank the African Union. As I say them, let's put our hands together and make some noise. That's it. We want to show appreciation to SADC PF. Let's put our hands together. And we also want to show the utmost respect to AGRA. Let's put our hands together.
At this moment in time, would like to call upon Honorable Anastaniavo Rameliana, sorry. This is the side of regional board co-chair to make special remarks. Thank you.
As she comes, we can put our hands together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin my welcome address in English, followed by French. Her Excellency Boyamondu Sekgoma, SADC PF, Secretary General and patron of Southern Africa Youth Forum and SADC Youth Parliament, Mrs. Prudence Ngwenya, Director, Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, African Union Commission, AUC, Her Excellency Nardos Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer, EUTNEPAD, represented by Chief of Staff, Dr. Msikati Sipuka, Mrs. Eunice Gekamwendo, Director, Southern Africa Sub-Regional Office, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, represented by Mrs. Bineswere Brelaki, Mr. Ragarirai Mashemedzwe, Project Coordinator, TSTR, Directorate of Industrial Development and Trade, SADC Secretariat, Mr. Shoneni Kuwasha, Chief Mentor for SEYOF, Speaker of Southern Africa Youth Parliament, Honorable Sama Patrick Pundu, Chair of TIFI, Technical Working Group, Mrs. Mapule Mayema, officials from the Swedish Embassy in South Africa, officials from the French Embassy in South Africa, officials from the Pan-Africa Parliament, Honorable Wisishong Bening Ahmed, Secretary General, Pan-Africa Youth Union, Dr. Sunshine Mbiende, National Youth Development Agency, NIDA, Mr. Graham Matenga, Regional Head of Programs for Africa and West Asia, International IDEA, Honorable Antonia Vuramelien, SEYOF Regional Board Co-Chair, Mr. Michel Gondo, Southern Africa Youth Forum, SEYOF, Chief Executive Officer, CEO, Mrs. Saline Kube, Equality Now, Regional Representative for Southern Africa, and Uzifa El Hassan, Afro-Arab Youth Council, Secretary General, Mrs. Winnie Olwal, Acting Director, Y-Act, AMREF, Sekwetlane Famodi, Founder and Director, New Economic Hub, NE, Mr. Alexander Stewart, Technical Advisory for Poultry Agra, Honorable Tabeta Kanengoni, Director of Programs, WOSO, Chairperson of the 8th Southern Africa Youth Committee, Ms. Masego Mogabesi, Masters of Ceremonies, youth delegates, partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to stand before you today as the co-chair of the Southern Africa Youth Forum, SAYOF, to welcome you to the 8th Southern Africa Youth Forum. The remarkable response to this forum reflects the commitment, passion, and energy of young people across our region. SAYOF received over 2,500 applications from young people representing all 16 SADC member states. This demonstrates that young people are ready to contribute, innovate, and participate meaningfully in shaping the future of our region. Your voices, experiences, and ideas are at the heart of this forum. Our theme for this year, and water resilience through sustainable agriculture and climate action for youth empowerment, addresses some of the most pressing challenges and opportunities of our time. Southern Africa has enormous potential, yet our community continue to experience the impacts of climate change, including challenges related to food security and water resilience. However, young people are not facing these challenges. We are also leading innovation and developing solutions. Through sustainable agriculture, technology, entrepreneurship, and collaboration, we can strengthen resilience and contribute to a more sustainable future for our communities. At SAYOF, our work is guided by the youth development model, which recognizes young people as active partners in development. Through our partnerships with governments, institutions, development partners, and stakeholders at all levels, we continue to create meaningful platforms where youth voices and recommendations contribute to decision-making processes. Meaningful development requires meaningful youth participation. Over the next 3 days, let us engage in the spirit of Ubuntu, recognizing our shared humanity and the strength we gain through collaboration. Guided by the values of Pan-Africanism, let us unite our voices, share solutions, and strengthen partnerships towards a more inclusive and sustainable Southern Africa. Let this forum inspire meaningful dialogue, collective action, and youth-led transformation. To governments, esteemed partners, and policymakers, we invite you to invest in youth-led solutions, trust our knowledge, and join us in adopting a framework of shared and intergenerational leadership. To all young people, let us use this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and create solutions that will positively impact our region. Thank you very much, and I wish us all a successful 8th Southern Africa Youth Forum. Mesdames et messieurs, permettez-moi à présent de poursuivre mon émission en français. C'est un grand honneur pour moi de prendre la parole aujourd'hui. En ma qualité de coprésidente du Southern Africa Youth Forum, SAYOF, pour vous souhaiter la bienvenue à cette 8e édition du Southern Africa Youth Forum. L'engouement suscité par ce forum témoigne de l'engagement de la passion et de l'énergie des jeunes de notre région. Pour cette édition, le CIOF a reçu plus de 2500 candidatures provenant de 16 États membres de la SADC. Cela démontre que les jeunes sont prêts à contribuer, à innover et à participer pleinement à la construction de l'avenir de notre région. Vos voix, vos expériences et vos idées sont au cœur de ce forum. Le thème de cette année, nourrir l'avenir, renforcer la sécurité alimentaire et la résilience hydrique grâce à une agriculture durable et à l'action climatique pour l'autonomisation des jeunes, répond à certains défis et des opportunités les plus importants de notre époque. L'Afrique australe dispose d'un potentiel considérable. Pourtant, nos communautés continuent de subir les effets du changement climatique, notamment en matière de sécurité alimentaire et de résilience hydrique. Toutefois, les jeunes ne sont pas seulement confrontés à ces défis, ils sont également des acteurs de l'innovation et du développement des solutions concrètes. Grâce à une agriculture durable, aux technologies, à l'entrepreneuriat et à la collaboration, nous pouvons renforcer notre résilience et contribuer à un avenir plus durable pour nos communautés. Au sein du CIOF, notre action est fondée sur le modèle de développement de la jeunesse qui reconnaît les jeunes comme des partenaires à part entière du développement. À travers nos partenariats avec les gouvernements, les institutions, les partenaires au développement et les parties prenantes à tous les niveaux, nous continuons de créer des plateformes où les voix et les recommandations des jeunes contribuent au processus de prise de décision. Un développement durable exige une participation significative des jeunes. Au cours des 3 prochains jours, engageons-nous dans l'esprit de l'Ubuntu en reconnaissant notre humanité commune et la force que nous tirons de la collaboration. Guidés par les valeurs du panafricanisme, unissons nos voix, partageons nos solutions et renforçons nos partenariats afin de construire une Afrique australe plus inclusive, plus résiliente et plus durable. Que ce forum soit une source de dialogue constructif, d'action collective et de transformation portée par les jeunes. Au gouvernement, aux partenaires et aux décideurs politiques, nous vous invitons à investir dans les solutions portées par les jeunes, à faire confiance à notre capacité d'innovation et à promouvoir avec nous un modèle de leadership partagé et intergénérationnel. À toute la jeunesse présente, saisissons cette occasion pour apprendre, collaborer et développer des solutions qui auront un impact positif et durable dans nos communautés et à travers notre région. Je vous remercie de votre présence et vous souhaite à toutes et à tous un excellent et fructueux 8e Southern Africa Youth Forum. Merci.
Honorable Remelinana, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for her.
I know you did not understand of half of what she said.
We,
We. That's the only thing you can get from there. We.
see,
But that shows how different we are, but united. Okay, we have different
So true.
cultures. Our cultures are so rich. We have different languages, but we are so united for one common goal.
we are African. Do we have any South Africans in the building? Can I hear by you making some noise?
Do I have my people from Botswana in the building?
Dumela. Do we have any Zimbabweans in the building?
Tanzania, where you at? Where you at this morning?
Namibia, talk to me. Are you here? Madagascar.
In Malawi, are you here this morning?
Is Mozambique here? Oh, Mozambique is here.
Yeah. Do we have anyone from Lesotho this morning?
Eswatini. Yeah, boy.
Celebrating African identity, cultures, and of course, leadership.
At this point, we move on to the next part of our program, our partner solidarity remarks. Allow me to call onto the podium Sekohlane Pamodi, founder and director of New Economy Hub, NEH. Let's put our hands together as she comes onto the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Such an honor to be here. Your Excellency, all protocols observed. My name is Kerabetu Mopela. I am not Sekwetlane Pamodi. Unfortunately, they could not be with us here this morning, so I will be their mouthpiece and give their speech. Right. So once again, colleagues, it's really a great privilege for us to be able to support the 8th South African Youth Forum. Africa's youth are the world's youth. As we know, by 2030, 1 in 4 of the world's population will be young Africans. This demographic dividend presents an enormous opportunity for Africa's development prospects insofar as we invest in the capability and leadership of young people to claim Africa's place in the world and shaping its outcomes. This is why it's important for us at the New Economy Hub that we work with young leaders such as yourselves and afford you the opportunity to shape the present and future economies on sustainable path so you do indeed have a future to claim. Doing this especially important for us here is the continent where the legacy of colonialism, extractions and underdevelopment continue to threaten the promise of sovereignty, self-sufficiency and sustainability. Human-caused climate change is deepening these threats. Southern Africa is a climate hotspot, with much of the interior on the continent set to become hotter and drier. Desertification is steadily creeping into the interior of the continent from the western seaboard, while the eastern seaboard and the inland states in the Indian Ocean are experiencing greater frequency of higher intensity tropical cyclones. We are all living these devastations, effects which are unfolding in real time. We are seeing these tropical cyclones destroying ports, rail and road infrastructure and causing us hundreds of millions in US dollars denominated loans. Our already strained health systems, emergency response, and social services are buckling under the additional weight of this aftermath. Our crops are failing because we neither have the water resources nor the resilient seed stock that is adapted to evolving climate conditions such as the extreme heat and water scarcity. Labor productivity is set to decline because of automation on the one hand, and our inability to tend our crops and livestock as a direct result of rising temperatures on the other. I could go on. As we know, the root cause of these problems is burning fossil fuels at the rate that we have been doing since the 1900s in the name of industrialization and progress. Powering our economies has dependent on burning coal and diesel. Fertilizing our crops has dependent on bump gas. Moving goods to markets has depended on petroleum-based fuels. But all of this is doomed present just as much as it it is our future, and those of our generations still to come. The Hormuz crisis is already demonstrating how fragile we are in cascading climate shocks. The war over there, which is about preserving the hegemony of the fossil fuel economy, is translating into fertilizer availability, access, and affordability crises here at home. The Super El Nino gathering in the South Pacific as we speak has guaranteed us, at the same time, prolonged extreme heat, below average rainfall, and significant delay to the summer's rain we rely on to be assured of our food and economic security. And all of this is happening just as we approach our planning season. As we approach our planting season, rather. The convergence of these crises is proving that we have to open ourselves to paths of resilience. That path will be one that reduces our industrial dependence on the fossil fuel economy. It'll be one that rebalances our relationship with the ecology that forms the very basics of our economy. And it will be one that sets the conditions for our shared prosperity, not just today, but for the generations still to come. It will be up to you to determine what kinds of leaders for ourselves and ancestors, to your children's who will be in what you ultimately agree to be the necessary response for the multiple and cascading emergencies that we can all agree are not of our making, but which we can all play our part in interrupting. We at the Economy Hub wish you a productive rather, deliberation and a very successful forum as you define the path to socially inclusive and ecologically sustainable economies in Southern Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A big hand once again for her. Okay, we may wish to remind all our speakers this morning to write on the protocol already established early on. At this moment in time, I would like to ask Salin Klube. She's from, this is the Equality Now regional representative for Southern Africa, to make her solidarity remarks as well.
Good morning. Allow me to ride on established protocol. I bring with me revolutionary greetings from Equality Now. I bring warm regards from Equality Now. I bring love-loaded solidarity to ignite the fire that is in every one of us. Standing on the shoulders of those that came before us, the privilege of those that made us be privileged to be a liberated generation, being challenged and chosen by history for us to pay forward that which we have been enjoying, and for us to ensure that we have intergenerational harmony to make Southern Africa a home of prosperity, well-being, nurturing each and every one of us in our diversity and leaving no one behind. As a proud partner of SIOF since the 6th Forum, we stand to congratulate Honorable Chair of the Forum, colleagues and partners, and congratulate you for this 8th Forum that brings us here together. The theme reminds us today that Southern Africa's sustenance, well-being, as well as its future, depends on young people's ability and enabling environment for them to lead, to innovate, and live in a space that does not restrict them to become. When we look at early warning signs or early warning systems that is anchoring our climate resilience, food security and youth entrepreneurship, They are now inseparable from digital transformation. Early warning systems, precision agriculture, digital extension services, and artificial intelligence-driven forecasting all are running on digital infrastructure. A young farmer or climate advocate who cannot fully participate in this shared agenda for sustainable development and securing sustainable futures, if she is excluded from the digital ecosystem, if she's not aware of the legal framework, or is not even informing the solutions or innovating, it means she is being left behind. And if the digital space continue to be unsafe for young women and young it means we are shutting them out of the governance decisions and ecosystem that shape the innovation we need. So this is why Equality Now's message to this forum, as in the 6th forum and the 7th forum, we remain clear. Strengthening youth leadership on digital rights, digital safety, and technology governance, with particular agency on addressing technology-facilitated gender-based violence, is essential to achieving sustainable development and prosperity in Southern Africa. Across the region, digital tools offer real opportunities, but they've now also given rise to even regulated digital ecosystem. We still have limited access to internet, limited skill set to the majority young people who forms the demographics of this region. So since 2024, in partnership with SIOF, we have been working together to put the digital rights, governance, and leadership at the center of the development agenda. We are therefore, as Equality Now, together with partnership, calling on this 8th forum in our diversity to be able to urge SADC member states to enact, enforce, and strengthen implementation of laws that address technology-facilitated gender-based violence in line with the SADC model law on ending gender-based violence. To invest in adequate resourcing of digital and literacy equitably, so that especially young women, young people who stay in rural areas and informal settlements, or those that are displaced by the climate shocks and humanitarian context, young people or youth with disabilities also can access at the same pace with others, leaving no one behind. To also institutionalize youth participation in every digital governance process at every level, including shaping agriculture and climate technology. Thirdly, to protect safety, privacy, freedom of expression, access to information, and other human rights online, because our life in the physical space is also now connecting with life online. So we urge that we work together through this forum to ensure that the SADC member states prioritize protection, which includes upholding human rights and ensuring that all technology digital platforms are held accountable. And they intentionally invest in safety by design with takedown content so that we don't expand the risk by going viral. Lastly, to integrate gender-responsive digital governance, artificial intelligence, legal reforms, to ensure that national climate, agriculture, youth empowerment and development interventions are informed by the knowledge and perspective of young people in their diversity. Young people themselves in the room are also center and core and have a critical role to play. So to the youth of SADC, as much as you are rights holders, you also have a responsibility and obligations. As rights holders of this region and our bosses and our masters who have called us to duty today, you are best placed to lead a digital ecosystem that is safe, that is inclusive, that is also accountable. Organize, innovate, become the digital rights champions. Don't sleep on duty. Roll up your sleeve. Call your friend and your neighbor. Use all the tools and your expertise that you have. Time is now. Listen to those drum rolls. They are calling you to action. So with that rhythm that you are feeling right there, right inside you, it's to say, together, we can build a Southern Africa where digital technologies expand opportunities rather than inequalities, where every young woman and young man and every girl and every boy can shape and can inform the digital future, free from all forms of violence. As Equality Now and SciOf convene tomorrow, we will be deepening the conversation of strengthening youth leadership for digital governance and addressing tech-facilitated gender-based violence. So Equality Now remains committed to journeying with SciOf and stakeholders in the room, in partnership, in solidarity, and with shared purpose. Honorable Chair, Guest of Honor, we wish you a successful 8th SciOf. Thank you.
One more time, let's put our hands together for Madame Salingube. Thank you so much for your commitment and passion for young people. Tell the young person next to you, don't sleep on the job. Roll up your sleeves. Don't sleep on the job. Don't sleep on the job. And tell the young at heart person next to you not to sleep, like literally, on the job. Thank you very much. You can also be taking pictures and tagging the Southern Africa Forum page. Let's activate the things on X. Are we on X? We are there, right? On social media. So be sure to take pictures. Be sure to get the conversation going so that we trend for the right reasons. It is important. We move on to our next speaker to give us the solidarity remarks. Joining us online is His Excellency Husfa Al Hassan, Afro-Arab Council, AAYC Secretary General. Let's pay our attention to the screens and put our hands together. Okay, as we prepare for our next speaker to join us online, allow me to invite to the stage, here present, technical advisor for poultry, Agra, Alexander Stewart. Let's put our hands together for him.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable delegates, fellow champions of youth empowerment, good morning. It is a privilege to stand before you today on behalf of AGRA, the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, as we gather here in South Africa for the 8th Southern Africa Youth Forum. I am Alexander Stewart. I'm from Malawi. I'm the senior poultry expert at AGRA and the technical lead for the Southern Africa Poultry Initiative. Now, ordinarily, it would be Ms. Stella Masawe, our senior policy and state capability specialist, addressing you. But in her absence, I'm delighted to give these short remarks. Honorable delegates, the theme of this forum, Nourishing Futures, could not be timelier. Across Southern Africa, we face a dual reality, a youth bulge full of energy, ambition, and innovation, and an agricultural sector hungry for exactly that kind of talent. The opportunity before us is immense. At AGRA, we believe that youth can and should be the architects of agricultural development. From production to value addition, from mechanization to market access, young people are redefining what modern African agriculture looks like. Our work as AGRA is to ensure that the enabling environment, the finance, the policy support, and importantly, the technical knowledge is in place so that this generation can thrive. This is why AGRA is proud to walk alongside SIOF in championing youth-friendly agricultural policies. SIOF's role as a youth voice in policymaking is essential. Together, we are working to domesticate critical continental frameworks, including the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program Declaration, known as CADP, the African Union Agribusiness Youth Strategy, or AAYS, ensuring they translate from paper into real opportunities for young people on the ground. We also recognize the transformative power of the African Continental Free Trade Area. For youth, agribusinesses in this means the competitive value chains and also the ability to build enterprises that cross borders. Regional collaboration is the foundation of our collective success. And speaking of regional collaboration, I want to give you something to look forward to tomorrow. AGRA, together with the SADC Secretariat and SIOF, will host a dedicated session on the Southern Africa Poultry Initiative, our flagship program for youth engagement in agriculture. We will explore what it takes and what it means for young people to lead, own, and grow businesses in the poultry sector. I invite every one of you to be in that room tomorrow, as it will be a conversation that connects strategy to action. To all the young delegates in this hall, you are the reason we're here. AGRA remains committed to supporting your journey and building the partnerships that turn ambition into impact. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause once again for Mr. Alexander Stewart from AGRA. Young people really represent opportunity for our region. As we are moving on, let me call upon Miss Winnie Olwal. She's the acting director for YACT and AMREF. Once again, a round of applause for Miss Winnie Olwal.
Thank you. Thank you, DJ. I was expecting you to play something from East Africa, but it's okay. We can spare it for the Pan-African night tomorrow. Good morning, distinguished guests, partners, and young leaders from across Southern Africa. Allow me to ride on the already established protocol. On behalf of YACT, that is Youth in Action, hosted at AMREF Health Africa, I'm honored to join you at the 8th Southern Africa Youth Forum and to convey our warmest message of solidarity. SIOF has become far more than an annual gathering. It is a powerful regional platform through which young people come together to shape solutions, influence policy, and ensure that regional development reflects their priorities. As the official convener of the SADC Youth Forum, SIOF continues to create an important bridge between young people and regional decision-making institutions. At YACT, we are proud of our partnership with SIOF, particularly in advancing youth leadership in tobacco control. Through this partnership, we have demonstrated that young people are not merely beneficiaries of health policies, but they are advocates, partners, and leaders in shaping them. Through evidence generation, regional dialogues, engagement with parliamentarians, and the presentation of youth priorities at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, we have helped elevate tobacco control as a regional youth and development concern. We are especially encouraged by the progress towards advancing the SADC model law on tobacco control, a significant milestone that shows what coordinated youth advocacy can achieve. To every young person gathered here, your voice matters, your leadership is necessary, and your ideas can influence the future of this region. Let us create a forum, let us use this forum not only to exchange ideas, but also to build partnership and agree on practical actions that will continue long after we leave this room. WIACT and AMREF Health Africa remains committed to standing along SIOF and the young people of Southern Africa as we work towards a healthier and more inclusive, tobacco-free region. I wish you all a fruitful discussion and successful 8th Southern Africa Youth Forum. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Winnie Allwell, thank you very much. And it seems the DJ does not want to play East African. I thought that was going to be the outro. We move on to our next speaker to give us the solidarity remarks. Allow me to invite onto the podium Honorable Tabitha Kanengoni, Director of Programs, Warsaw. Let's put our hands together for Honorable. Is she here? She is not. Okay. We move on to Dr. Sunshine Miyende, NYDA, for the partner solidarity remarks. We move on to Mr. Gramatenga, if he is here. Is Mr. Gramatenga here? Fantastic. Regional Head of Programs for Africa and West Asia International IDEA. Let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you very much. A very good morning and welcome to South Africa. The first timers to South Africa, we are welcoming you and we are saying Salibonani. I want to first express my deep appreciation for this invitation and our continued partnership with SIOF. I think this is our second forum that we are supporting as International IDEA. We count it as a privilege. At International IDEA, youth participation and representation is central to our work. So platforms such as this are very important to us. International IDEA is an organization, an intergovernmental organization that works globally, and we seek to support democratic governance across the world. So what I'm going to say resonates with what the organization does. So let me begin not with statistics, because that has been adequately addressed, but with a question. A young person who may vote every 5 years, yet cannot secure land to farm, finance to innovate, reliable water, access to markets, or a seat at the table where climate budgets are decided. If democracy does not reach the field, the water tap, the marketplace, the dinner table, it remains unfinished. So, international idea is very much honored to stand in solidarity with young people from across Africa. This forum, the name of the forum, Nourishing Futures, is more than a development slogan. It is a democratic proposition. Every person should have a meaningful voice in decisions affecting their survival, dignity, and future. And public institutions should be answerable for the results. Food security is not only a shortage of production, it can also reflect an equal access to land, water, finance, technology, transport, and regional markets. Water scarcity may begin with climate, but vulnerability is shaped by policy choices and public institutions. Climate change is an amplifier, not an equalizer. The shock may be shared, but its burdens are distributed through existing inequalities. A democracy unable to negotiate these life and death questions fairly will struggle to retain legitimacy, especially among young people. A Bell lecture in 2004, Wangari Maathai reminded the world that, I quote, "There can be no development without sustainable management of the environment." This insight places democracy inside the climate response, not as a ceremonial consultation, but as the means through which knowledge is pooled, trade-offs are debated, resources are allocated transparently, and leaders are held accountable. This is why youth empowerment must mean more than visibility. So as young people, you are not a future constituency waiting politely in the corridor. You are a present constituency already farming, trading, researching, organizing, and governing. When you are praised as innovative but denied land, credit, procurement opportunities, data, and policy authorities, empowerment becomes a compliment without power. The transformation required is consequently both ecological and institutional. Climate-smart farming matters, so do more tenure systems. Digital tools matter, so do affordable connectivity and protection against exclusion. Skills matter, so do markets that reward producers rather than trap them at the least profitable end of the value chains. Innovation matters, so does public investment capable of taking promising solutions beyond the pilot stage. Above all, young women, rural youth, and economically marginalized young people must not be invited last to carry the heaviest burden. Regional solidarity is equally indispensable. Rivers, droughts, food markets, no member state can build resilience alone. But solidarity is not merely sympathy across borders. It is shared responsibility, coordinated water governance, fairer regional trade, knowledge exchange, early warning systems, mobility for union to reach SADC-wide markets. So, as young leaders gathered here today, do not ask only to be heard. Organize to be represented in institutions, reflected in budgets, and counted results. Public authorities who might be here do not invite youth merely to endorse decisions already made, shared agenda settings, information, resources, and oversight to business and development partners. Let's move from fragmented pilots to patient capital, fair procurement and partnerships that allow young people to own productive assets and intellectual value. In closing, in his remarks for the Make Poverty History campaign in 2005, the famous Make Poverty History campaign, which was conference which was held in the UK, Nelson Mandela remarked, I quote, "Sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great. Sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great. You can be that great generation." So greatness here need not to be abstract. It will look like a water system that still works after a ribbon cutting, a young women farmer with secure access to land and finance, a nourished school child, a youth enterprise reaching regional markets, a climate commitment traceable to a budget, and a parliament that returns to report what changed. May this forum move Southern Africa youth from voice to influence, innovation to ownership, policy reference to implementation, and solidarity to shared accountability. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graham. Youth in this place, are we having a good time? Are we learning? Are we being impacted? I think, Dixon, I'll take this side of the room.
Okay.
They seem so energetic. You can take the other side.
Uh,
So I want you to show, I want you to show the room. When I I'm doubting you. This side.
Amandla! My side is better.
Come on, this side. Come on, this side. Amandla! Amandla! This side. This is the side.
You think so?
With the youth
You think so?
of the region.
Let's show you what we made. Amanda! Amanda! Did you hear that?
I didn't quite. It was a bit low. But without much ado, we move on to the next part of our program. We have our esteemed guest speakers in the building, and it is our absolute honor to invite the first
Southern Africa Sub-Regional Office, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, represented by Ms. Biniswale Bolake.
Let's put our hands together for her and make some noise.
Good morning, everyone, and I will be delivering the remarks on behalf of my director, Ms. Eunice Jikamwendo, from the ECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa. Excellencies, dignitaries, members of the Southern African Youth Forum, ladies and gentlemen, and riding on the protocol, good morning, and a special good morning to the Southern African youth gathered here today. We wish to thank the organizers for giving us the great honor to be a guest speaker at this very important gathering. So please allow me at the outset, on behalf of Mr. Claver Gatete, Secretary General, Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, and on behalf of my director of the ECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, SROSA, to thank the organizers, and in particular Mr. Michel Gondo, for including ECA in this highly distinguished opening session. We are very proud to be a partner at this 8th Southern African Forum and to take part in the important discussions on how to empower the youth in Southern Africa. Youth empowerment, ladies and gentlemen, is a critically important socio-economic development issue for us at ECA, which is why, as part of our revised organigram at ECA, we now have a women and youth empowerment section embedded in our socio-economic division SED base at headquarters in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. How to harness Africa's demographic dividend, how to create decent jobs for Africa's youth, how to capitalize on the entrepreneurial talents and skills of Africa's youth to generate new enterprises and scale them up so that they can take part in global trade. These three questions that were discussed at the heart of ECA's new initiative this year. Maybe you've heard about it, ECA's Africa Development Impact Forum, ADIF, that was held for the first time about a month ago in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And at this year's inaugural session, the theme centered on best practices and innovation for Africa's and Southern Africa's youth. So I do wish to encourage you, young people, and the less young, to visit our website at UNECA and find out more about ADIF, where you can access the presentation on this important topic, practices and innovation for job creation. And at this point, I would really like to thank the leadership of Michel Gondo, because this year since last year, we have been partnering at ECA with the Southern African Youth Forum to really put this topic of youth empowerment at the center of the agenda. For instance, at ADIF, with the Southern African Youth Forum, we had organized a session on unlocking regional value chains and empowering youth enterprises under the African Continental Free Trade Area. And I will talk about the AFCFTA a little bit later. And we did this along with the International Labour Organization. And last November, as you may be aware, the United Nations held its World Summit for Social Development, UNWSSD, in Doha, Qatar. And there again, we had partnered with the Southern Youth Forum to organize a session on the theme of how to leverage inclusive industrialization, value addition, and trade to address youth unemployment in Southern Africa. So all this to say, ladies and gentlemen, that the issue of creating decent jobs for Africa's youth and empowering the youth are major policy priorities for us at ECA, which in turn reflects the priorities of our member states, including in Africa. So again, I see this opportunity to reiterate our gratitude to the Southern African Youth Forum for our past impactful strategic partnerships, and we hope that this partnership with ECA will strengthen in months to come. But let me now speak a bit more to the topic of empowering Southern Africa's youth to harness the region's demographic dividend. Southern Africa, 16 member states, SADC, harbors about 380 million people, which accounts for 26% of the total population of the continent. And about 76% of that population is young, under the age of 5. This is an impressive statistic. So Southern Africa's young population, and you know this better than me, for me, of structural change and economic transformation. We love these words at ECA. Structural change and economic transformation, but provided this demographic dividend is harnessed. But harnessing Southern Africa's demographic dividend will not be automatic. It hence the need to make youth empowerment a top policy priority across the region and across the state. And furthermore, currently this region, like the rest of the continent, faces the critical challenge of addressing high rates of youth unemployment. I don't know whether, if you take a look at the statistics in some of our member states, youth unemployment is about 45%, 50%, and these are, concerning numbers. So hence, we think that it's very important to have annual gatherings like this, the Southern African Forum, in the presence of government, the private sector, I hope they're here, regional institutions, the youth community, and development partners to really place these issues high on the agenda. So again, what are the issues for us? It's how to address youth unemployment, to harness the demographic dividend, and how to empower our young to contribute to the economy and society. So this now triggers two important questions. What should be the main priorities for the region when it comes to youth empowerment? And what should be the critical forces to leverage to address youth unemployment? At ECA, we believe that the young should be active contributors to promoting inclusive industrialization and structural transformation in Africa. And such industrialization is necessary to create decent jobs for the young, unleash major business and entrepreneurship opportunities for them, and lift the region from poverty and inequality, as well as accelerate the transition out of the informal economy. Because as we know, this region has one of the highest rates of poverty and inequality in the world. And I say we have always advocated for such to proper trade, and in particular intra-African trade and regional integration. And as early as 2014, through our flagship report, the Economic Report on Africa, we have been advocating for African countries to accelerate commodity-based industrialization, to reduce the continent's vulnerability to cycles in commodity prices and to external shocks. 12 years later, ladies and gentlemen, this central message is still highly relevant for our region. And unfortunately, little headway has been made in terms of building industrial capabilities and making significant inroads in markets for manufacturers. No region can accelerate sustainable development without going the process of maturing economic transformation. So therefore, we believe at ECA that accelerating the implementation of national and regional industrial policies and strategies is very important. And our office, the Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa based in Zambia, Lusaka, has made this a central priority. We have made this a priority in our work program. So what does it mean for you, the young people? It means opportunities for young within national and regional industrial policies will be very, very important. And this will require strategic interventions in a broad range of areas, such as increasing the number of young people in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, enhancing the quality of teaching at schools and universities to build a young workforce that is versatile and solutions-oriented, leveraging the fourth industrial revolution, including artificial intelligence, to create new sectors where young people can be employed and engage in business ventures. Is strengthening business and innovation ecosystems that can create a space for young people through the setup of technology incubators and so on and so on. So in short, national and regional industrial policies should contain incentives and special measures for the young and pay attention to emerging and new sectors where youth-based skills, ingenuity, and creativity can be leveraged. And we believe that such sectors can include sustainable agriculture, which this forum is about, climate-smart agro-processing, sustainable manufacturing, and tech-based industries. But inclusive industrialization in the 21st century cannot be the same as the one we have pursued in the 20th, which brings me now to the theme of this 8th Southern African Youth Forum, the focus on climate change and climate action for the young. Southern Africa's inclusive industrialization will have to integrate the global and regional forces influencing competitiveness and market-based opportunities in the 21st century. And one such important global force, global phenomenon, is of course climate change. Climate change is a global phenomenon whose impacts are being felt here in Southern Africa. Our region is one of the regions in the world worst impacted by climate variability and change, with extreme weather events such as floods, droughts, and cyclones occurring regularly. Erratic rainfall patterns have intensified and expanded progressively across Angola, Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, consequences on food and energy security. So therefore, we believe at ECA that the region must accelerate its transition towards green economies and join the global movement to mitigate and adapt to climate change. So we need to implement national and regional industrial policies that are green and climate smart. We have to build competitiveness to compete on world markets that will increasingly put a premium on environmentally sustainable goods and services. And by now, I'm sure we all know about the European Union Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM. And CBAM is here to remind us that our industrialization will have to be based on renewable energy and environmentally sustainable practices and principles that should include circularity approaches and green technologies. What it means for you, the young people, it means that our young in Southern Africa has to be prepared to embrace the challenges and opportunities that will arise from this transition towards green economies. It is reassuring to know, however, that many Southern African youth are already coming up with marketable, innovative ideas and business solutions to promote the transition to green economies and to develop green products. Let me cite two examples. In Malawi, Sotini Saba is turning recycled plastic waste, organic cotton, and recycled rubber into eco-friendly sneakers. In South Africa, companies like Ramzitlo Manufacturing, started by young female entrepreneurs, they are converting plastic waste into conventional-looking bricks that are lighter, cheaper, and use less water to make cement. So on first day at ECA, and in collaboration with the Southern African Youth Forum, we will be hosting a session here on the theme of unlocking opportunities for Southern African youth from green transitions. And the main objective of this session will be to discuss the challenges and opportunities that Southern African youth may face to participate in and contribute to the region's transitioning towards inclusive green economies, including green-based entrepreneurship and emerging sectors. So, and we will have, hopefully at this session, more examples of how young people are developing sustainable products for greener economies. And I am looking forward to see you at this session and for your engagement. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude by highlighting yet another significant opportunity that can be leveraged in order to empower the young to address youth unemployment in Southern Africa. And this is the African Continental Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA. What is the AFCFTA? The AFCFTA is one of the flagship projects of the African Union, and its aim is to create a single market for goods and services in Africa, powered by free movement of people and intra-African investments. This single market can unleash significant opportunities to make industrialization viable on the continent and create jobs for the young, for you. It can also unleash opportunities for the creation, survival, and growth of youth-led enterprises. It can also generate opportunities for youth-led enterprises to participate in regional value chains in both goods and services. However, many youth-led enterprises, we know, remain trapped in survival mode. The survival rate among SMEs, youth-led enterprises, is very low, right? Because you are constrained by limited access to finance, weak market linkages, high trade costs, and regulatory barriers. And in our recent events at ECA SROSA, which I had mentioned previously, at the UN World Summit on Sustainable Development and the ECA Africa Development Impact Forum, ADIF, We had invited young entrepreneurs, and these young entrepreneurs clearly articulated the barriers they face in trading under the AFCFTA. But you know them already. These included limited access to affordable finance, lack of information on market opportunities, persistent cross-border trade challenges, and limited currency convertibility at borders. But the AFCFTA has a special protocol on women and youth. And at ECA, we are supporting member states and the private sector in particular to take advantage of the AFCFTA. And we want to pay special attention to the constraints faced by the young when it comes to participating in regional, intra-regional trade. So we are looking forward to work closely at ECA with member states, with the Southern African Youth Forum to support the implementation of the AFCFTA agreement, as well as the implementation of this special protocol on women and youth. So ladies and gentlemen, opportunities abound for the youth in Africa and Southern Africa. These include, as I have mentioned before, green industrialization through regional trade, such as the implementation of the AFCFTA agreement and the transition towards green economies. But the time now is for action. So I hope we have a government and the private sector also in the room to take this issue seriously. Youth empowerment must become a force, above all, for transformational change and a force for good as we embrace these new challenges, emerging challenges, such as climate change in Southern Africa. And we remain hopeful that together we can and we will prepare our young to deliver for us the Africa we want: prosperous, integrated, peaceful, globally competitive, and environmentally sustainable. Thank you.
One more time, let's put our hands together for Miss Bolaki. And indeed, Africa has the youngest population in the world. And, you know, youth-led agrotech and climate-smart agriculture is essential for us to then transition to from subsistence farming to smart farming, you know, in order to ensure that we have food security in the continent. Do we have farmers in the building? Young farmers? Where are my young farmers? Can you show just by raising your hands? Let's put our hands together for our young farmers. Those who are ensuring that there is smart farming, agrotechnology, and embracing the new to ensure that there is food security in the present and in the future of Africa.
I've got 2 chickens. Does that count?
I'm sorry, Dixon.
Okay, so we are not doing well in terms of time management.
Okay.
So we'll have to cruise a little bit so that we have our tea break, maybe in about 30 minutes or so. So at this moment in time, allow me to invite the Deputy Director, the Deputy Secretary General, rather, for Pan-Africa Youth Union, Mr. Christopher Sehari, who is speaking on behalf of Honorable Wischong Bening Ahmad, who is the actual Secretary General for Pan-African Youth Union.
Let's put our hands together.
Good morning. Hello. Hi. That's more like it. Thank you so much, Director of Ceremonies. Allow me also to write on the protocol that been said before. It is an honor to give an address on behalf of our Secretary General, Wischong Ahmed Bening, and he sent his solidarity to everyone gathered here. We like to take this opportunity to congratulate SAYOF for hosting this 8th forum, which shows a consistent and continuous engagement of bringing young people of the region together. Allow me also to congratulate the Southern African Forum with its partners, Government of the Republic of South Africa, as well as development partners that has been speaking before us. The Pan-African Youth Union commends SAYOF not only for selecting a timely theme, but for producing a platform that, you know, honestly get us to engage, to see collaborative partners, and to network amongst ourselves as young people. Allow me also to share a bit about where the opportunities exist as for us as the Pan-African Youth Union. We continuously engage with the National Youth Councils, which are the custodians of the youth population where we are coming from. And last year we had an opportunity to participate in Malawi at the invitation of the National Youth Summit. We taught a farm that employs close to 100 people, mostly which were young people. And what was innovative about it was that we saw a lot of, ecosystem that evolves around farming. They were powering the farm with the human, I don't know what's the polite way to say it, number one, which is the urine, and number two, from the toilet, to make sure that all the electricity within the farm operate. So for me, it says that honestly, we as young people, we are very innovative. Often at times, we think solutions comes outside the continent, yet we fail to look within our constituent. Just here in Botswana, where I come from, the National Youth Council of Botswana owns a farm that is over 100 hectares. This is a testament that indeed where there's a will, we can contribute to the theme of today, where we are saying we want to nourish and create more employment for our own young people by the young people. But today I want to challenge all of us to say, gone are the days where agriculture used to be a thing of the past. These days we see agriculture as a way that has been, made fashion again. Every day across TikTok, Facebook, we see young innovators who are into agriculture. How many of you knows of Onezwa, who makes meals from products that are foraged and grown from her farm, right? Nara Smith, who makes this from scratch, right? Nutritious, organic food from Africa. And this is a challenge to say we are no longer shying away from taking the torch and being the torch bearer in terms of contributing to such. I want also to employ to say where I see the opportunity around here is that I see an opportunity for us, which is something that maybe the rapporteurs can be a contribution to the outcome document, to say, rather than all the stakeholders here taking a bit of the subset of the outcome document, why can't we come together collaboratively, apply for a grant that will look into the frameworks and the implementation plan of the outcome document? And this would mean that all the partners that are here with the young people, we are the one who will go to your MasterCard, your Canadian Aid, you name them, coming to say we want 50 million USD for 5 years to implement this particular project in SADC for the youth. So I think we lose on the opportunity to collaboratively come together, which is something that I recommend from that aspect. I also want to invite you within us at the Pan-African Youth Union to say we collectively sponsor for fully funded opportunities for young people within these thematic areas to come and showcase their products and services, but also to sit at high decision-making platforms such as contributing their thoughts and ideas that they want this particular thematic area to be implemented. So for that, I invite everyone to continuously engaging in that regard to say, where can we amplify our voice? In conclusion, I want to say the future of Africa lies within the young people. The phones and the laptops that we carry now have become our visual offices, and we can connect from wherever we are, taking advantage of the Africa continental free trade. And by that saying, I want to challenge you with a chant to say, long live African youth, long live. It won't live if we have this energy. It's already dead. Long live African youth, long live. Long live Sayof, long live. Clock it. Thank you.
Okay. Fantastic. Showing us that you can clock it. Impressive. I want to see Mr. Kurasha clocking it. Clock it. Eee. Fantastic. We move on to our next speaker, Mr. Rangarai Machemedze, Project Coordinator, TSTR, Directorate of Industrial Development and Trade, SADC Secretariat. Let's put our hands together one more time.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, youth. Thank you. At least I can see the energy, but perhaps people are sleeping. Can we just stand up for a while? Just for a second? Amandla! Amandla! Thank you. We can take our seats. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me also say comrades and friends. All protocols observed in your descending order of authority. Allow me at this point in time, as you have heard, my name is Rangarai Machemedze. I'm here representing the Director of Industrial Development and Trade at SADC Secretariat, who in turn was supposed to be here to deliver the remarks of the Executive Secretary of SADC, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mpede Mahosi. But as I am here, just look at me as the representative of both. It is both an honor and a privilege for me to address you today on behalf of the Executive Secretary of SADC, the Southern African Development Community, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mpede Mahosi, at this 8th Southern Africa Youth Forum. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset to convey His Excellency's warm greetings and best wishes for a successful forum. The Executive Secretary has consistently and persistently attached great importance to the Southern Africa Youth Forum as a strategic platform that elevates youth voices, that promotes dialogue, and that strengthens the participation of young people, especially in shaping the future of our region. His personal interest and unwavering support for SAYOF reflects SADC's firm conviction that the aspirations of Southern Africa cannot be realized without the active engagement, leadership, and innovation of its youth. Today, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather, under the timely and highly relevant theme, Nourishing Futures, we are reminded that the future of our region depends significantly on how effectively we invest in our young people and empower them to respond to some of the most challenges of our time. Allow me to say, Southern Africa continues to face the combined effects of climate change, water scarcity, environmental degradation, food insecurity, and unemployment. Yet these challenges also present opportunities, particularly for innovation, entrepreneurship, regional cooperation, and sustainable development. The youth of our region are not merely and should not merely be beneficiaries of development interventions, but they are critical partners, drivers of change, and architects of the future we seek to build together. Ladies and gentlemen, SADC's commitment to youth empowerment is firmly anchored in the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, RISDIP, 2020 to 2030, which is our blueprint for regional integration and sustainable development. RISDIP recognizes youth as a cross-cutting priority and places young people at the center of efforts to advance industrialization, market integration, human capital development, innovation, climate resilience, and social transformation. Indeed, the ongoing review and reprioritization of RISDIP has further reinforced the need for structured and meaningful youth participation in regional development processes. Just last week, member states gathered here in South Africa to review RISDIP. And the review itself will inform the finalization of the SADC protocol on youth. In the meeting last week, member states have underscored that youth development should not be treated merely as a cross-cutting issue, but as a fundamental pillar of inclusive growth, job creation, entrepreneurship, governance participation, and productive economic transformation. In this regard, SADC has taken deliberate steps to strengthen youth engagement across its programs and institutions. The Secretariat is advancing initiatives aimed at institutionalizing youth participation through strengthened youth engagement mechanisms, including the formalization and strengthening of the SADC Youth Forum and the establishment of dedicated youth governance and coordination structures. Some of you might have participated earlier on this year in the development of a SADC youth engagement mechanism, which member states are currently considering. So all these efforts seek to ensure that young people are not observers of regional integration, but active participants in its design, implementation, and monitoring. Equally important, ladies and gentlemen, is the growing involvement of youth in priority sectors that are central to the region's development agenda. Let me now speak to the theme of this forum, in particular relation to the region's development agenda. So in agriculture, SADC is promoting resilient agri-food systems, climate smart agriculture, agricultural innovation, sustainable livestock development, market access, and value addition. These interventions create opportunities for youth-led agribusinesses and entrepreneurship along agricultural value chains. In industrialization and trade, SADC continues to support the development of regional value chains, particularly in agro-processing, mining, and pharmaceuticals, while advancing trade facilitation measures, reducing barriers to trade, and strengthening regional market integration. These efforts are intended to create opportunities for young entrepreneurs, producers, innovators, and traders, including participation in cross-border trade and regional value chains. Next week, in Durban, the 9th SADC Industrialization Week is being convened to provide also opportunities for young people to link, to showcase, and also to lead in accelerating the industrialization of the region, especially in pursuit of nourishing the futures. Most importantly, everyone is talking about resilience, everyone is talking about agriculture, everyone is talking about sustainable development. And the theme next week for the 9th SADC Industrialization Week is resilient, sustainable, and inclusive industrialization through infrastructure development, agriculture, and critical minerals transformation in pursuit of a just world. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Secretariat is also promoting youth participation in the implementation of the tripartite free trade area and the broader continental integration initiatives, recognizing that the success of regional integration ultimately depends on the ability of young people to take advantage of expanded markets, digital trade opportunities, entrepreneurship ecosystems, and regional production networks. You have heard about the tripartite simplified trade regime, which is one of the trade facilitation measures being pursued under the tripartite free trade area. And if you look at the SADC region, being part of the tripartite region, it is important to emphasize the point that out of the 29 countries that form part of the tripartite free trade area, 14 countries have ratified the agreement, and out of those 14 countries, 9 countries are from the SADC region, which represents 64% of those that have ratified the agreement. And the TFTA, as I said, is providing opportunities, especially for youth and women, to participate in trade across the tripartite region. And we must take advantage of the opportunities emanating thereof. Furthermore, SADC continues to invest in science, technology, and innovation as critical enablers of youth empowerment. The region is prioritizing digital transformation, innovation ecosystems, skills development, artificial intelligence, technical and vocational education and training, and emerging technologies to prepare young people for the jobs and industries of the present and of the future. So distinguished participants, the theme of this year's forum is particularly important for SADC because it brings together 3 critical priorities for our region: food security, water resilience, and youth empowerment. These issues are deeply interconnected. Achieving sustainable food systems and climate resilience will require the creativity, the energy, and leadership of young people. At the same time, empowering youth will require that we create the enabling policies, financing mechanisms, technologies, partnerships, and skills development opportunities necessary for them to thrive. As SADC, we remain committed to working with member states, youth organizations, development partners, academia, and the private sector to ensure that young women and men across our region are fully integrated into development processes and are equipped to contribute meaningfully and significantly to the attainment of the SADC Vision 2050 of a peaceful, inclusive, industrialized, and prosperous region. I therefore encourage all participants to make full use of this forum, to share experiences, to challenge existing assumptions, to propose innovative solutions, and strengthen regional solidarity among the youth of Southern Africa. Your ideas matter, your voices matter, and your leadership matters. On behalf of His Excellency, Ms. Elias Mpedi Mahosi, the Executive Secretary of SADC, I wish you all fruitful deliberations and every success during this 8th Southern Africa Youth Forum. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Machemete. A big round of applause once again for him. That was quite inspiring and encouraging for young people across the continent. Now, as young people, we love multitasking so that we save time, right? So, just a quick announcement. What we are going to do is that we are going to have our tea as the guest speakers are making their speeches here. So anytime you feel like drinking something, you can just go just behind us there, and then you can help yourselves while the program is going on, because we have lots and lots of activities to do this afternoon. At this moment in time, I would like to call upon Dr. Msingati Sipuka, who is the Chief of Staff, is going to speak on behalf of His Excellency Nados Bekele Thomas, who is the Chief Executive Officer for AUDA NEPAD. A big round of applause for Dr. Msingati Sipuka.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I agree with the program directors that the audience seems a little bit subdued, if I may. Thank you very much thank you very much for inviting us as AUDA NEPAD to come and make a presentation to you this afternoon. I'm cognizant that as part of the program there is a broader program of an award ceremony, and I believe the CEO of AUDA NEPAD has been invited as part of that category of individuals who would receive an award. Unfortunately, she could not be here in person, and she's requested us to come and represent her in receiving that award and to share one or two thoughts with you in relation to the subject matter that we are dealing with today. Unfortunately, it comes with the territory of being one of the latter speakers in long sequence of speakers. So as colleagues were speaking, I had my speech that was pre-prepared, and I kept on crossing all of the issues one by one that were sitting in the speech that were being canvassed. And then I had a second piece of pressure on my table where the colleague that I'm sitting with said, can you please make it 1 minute because we are tired and we want to go to lunch. So I'm now conflicted between the speech itself and also maybe just squeezing all of this thing and making it something that is much more palatable so that I don't repeat all of what has been said this morning. There are a couple of issues that have come through which we would have wanted to address, and I just want to maybe highlight them in bullet point form. One relates to the agency of our young people in the continent and the reality that we are not sitting with a category of young people who are sitting and waiting for things to happen for themselves, but people who are actively engaged across the continent. And I know that the speaker from UNECA gave us fantastic examples of what young people are doing across the continent on a day-to-day basis to take hold of their realities and to start shaping what they want this Africa to be going into the future. That is point number one. Point number two is the question around the demographic dividend. And every single speaker that has come onto the table is speaking about this idea of a demographic dividend that Africa has based on the population dynamics within the continent. And we wanted to maybe send a message to say, a dividend is not something that comes automatically. It's something that you invest in and in the future translates into a dividend. What we have right now is the reality is that we've got a demographic profile as a continent that places us in a unique position that could in the future translate into a dividend for the continent. But the investment that we make now will yield whether or not that becomes a demographic dividend or it becomes a debt or a burden into the continent. So the critical question that we have to ask ourselves is the extent to which we are making the right investments that are going to translate this into a dividend going into the future. And that is an issue that has been highly canvassed this morning. The third issue, which I think is absolutely critical, relates to a sequence of issues which speaks to youth employment, youth unemployment, and the critical question that confronts all of us who think about the African economy, the ability of our continental economy to be able to create jobs at a sustainable level that will absorb young people in this continent. The reality that we have is that you've got a far larger quantum of youth that are entering the job market on a yearly basis, and you simply don't have a sufficient supply of jobs in the market that is able to absorb them. And that's the critical question that all of these things that we're speaking about in terms of the economy, economic transformation, structural transformation of our economy needs to be able to respond to at a fundamental level. The fourth issue relates to youth innovation and all of these things that are happening at a continental level. Number five, which I think anchors most of all of these elements that I have highlighted above, speaks to the question of inclusion. Inclusion in the economy, but also inclusion in the participation of youth within our demographic structure, within our democratic structures within the continent, and making sure that decisions are not taken on behalf of young people, but they're at the center of decision making. So the whole concept of inclusion touches across all facets of our developmental landscape as a continent. Whether you're speaking about the economy, you're speaking about the questions related to climate change, how we reconceive and rethink questions around food systems in the continent, and how they work to address questions of poverty. All of this at the center of it speaks to one central idea of how we're able to include young people to be at the center of those processes. Number six is the positive stories that are happening across the continent, and I've alluded to that, and there are many more that are happening, which are piece by piece beginning to shape the narrative or reshape the narrative around how Africa has been seen in the world. Because if you look at the history of how Africa has been narrated, if you look at the pictures that even narrate the African stories within global publications, you are likely to see a young person or a child of African descent who is begging for food, who is waiting for food to be dropped from the sky as part of some global humanitarian initiative. But the reality, if you start to traverse the continent and you look at what is happening across the continent, the reality is very different. Young people are beginning to invest in their own future, and that is beginning to change the narrative and to change the stories that are being told about the African continent. Number seven is the continental frameworks that exist that drive the work that we are doing, particularly within the context of the African Union, on questions of climate, on agriculture and food systems, etc. So you are not operating in a vacuum, you're operating within a context where our continental leaders are doing their best to put these frameworks in place, but it's not the frameworks on their own that are going to change the reality around which we want to shape the continent. Number 8 is youth protocols, and the last speaker mentioned a sequence of issues that we wanted to speak to. economic transformation, agricultural transformation, and agricultural value chains, and fundamentally the question of resilience. So these are all issues that have been canvassed, that were sitting in our speech, and I've made reflection on them just to highlight them and to say they remain the critical points of discussion around which we frame the work that we do as African Union Development Agency, tasked with the critical task and the fundamental task of the implementation of Agenda 2063, working with a broader ecosystem of institutions within the African Union and outside of the African Union family. But the one thing that I wanted to do and say to you this morning is to perhaps highlight and leave you with 4 messages. The first message, which I think is absolutely important, is that the African Union Development Agency is a continental development agency. It's not owned by the people who worked in it, it's owned by member states. And if it's owned by member states, it is owned by the citizenry of this continent. So one, it's important that the leadership of this organization and these organizations that are here, we place it to you that Outer NEPAD is at the disposal of African youth. We have a continental program that we have established and that we are running and we are implementing, and we are consistently looking at partnerships around which we can be able to make investments into different areas around youth inclusion and youth development and youth participation, which we call Energize Africa. We call it Energize Africa because we really do believe that the transformation of this continent relies on the energies of all of the youth of this continent, and that's what we want to unlock for its development. So message number 1, Outer NEPAD as an institution is at your disposal. Make use of it. The second point is something that I think we have come to appreciate and learn over time, is that implementation is the only true driver of progress in this continent. So we have to start gearing ourselves up for robust implementation frameworks. And if there's one thing that we need to sharpen, is not the extent to which we are able to deliver fantastic remarks, it's not the frameworks that we need to deliver, but crucially, it's the extent to which we are able to translate the messages that we talk about in these platforms into concrete initiatives that are able to address questions of inclusion, questions of absorption in the economy, and all of these other related matters that I think are absolutely important for us to speak about. So message number 2 is that it is important for us to speak in this context of how do we begin to address fundamental questions that relate to the implementation of all of these protocols and frameworks within the continent. The third point, which I think touches on the theme which we want to leave you with, is that we have to work across borders. Africa is only as powerful and as strong as its countries are able to come together to address the challenges that face the world, the global community, but in particular to position Africa as a solution to all of these questions. If you look at the issues that are part of the theme today, whether it's climate change, it's agriculture and food systems, there's no singular country that will be able to address all of these challenges on its own. The challenges that bedevil Africa and have bedeviled Africa for the longest time, for example, relating to peace and security and conflict management within the continent, is progressively showing us that these are transboundary questions that require us to ensure that we begin to work across our borders. Therefore, the landing point for us is that regional and continental integration is not just about connecting infrastructure. It's not about connecting trade systems alone and connecting economies. Because at the center of all of that is people. And people are at the center of development. And connecting our people across the continent is the crucial cog of both regional and continental integration. So platforms of this nature that bring our people across the continent to share ideas and make connections beyond your borders allow you tomorrow to be able to make a connection when you want to export to a particular geography outside of your national territory, to have a connection point with somebody in other spaces, that when we speak about infrastructure, it is the people that drive transboundary infrastructure across this continent. So the message is important, that platforms of this nature are absolutely vital, and they are crucial to connecting the least spoken about development factor in this continent, which are its people and Africans in general, and how they need to drive all of these other elements that are crucial to driving continental and regional integration. So from Outer NEPAD, we want to thank you for the recognition that you've given to our Chief Executive Officer for the work that she continues to do across the continent, and we are saying to you, we are at your disposal. Make use of us as an institution. Thank you very much.
One more time, let's give it up for Dr. Msingati Sibuka, Chief of Staff, Outer NEPAD. Young people, how are we doing this afternoon? Are we good? Can we just get up for a second and just shake it out? Just shake it out with swag. Okay? There's an attitude to this. You know, just, you see? 1, 2, 3, go. Or you want with a bit of music, piano or something. DJ, give us something with rhythm. We just want to, we the young people of the SADC region. DJ, 1, 2, 3. DJ. Nikela, my youth. Let's go. Just be moving. Just be moving. Just be moving. Move something. You can take your seats. Thank you very much. Those with 2 left feet, we saw you. And we won't judge you. It's okay. We are here for something different, right? So it's not a dancing competition. It's fine. We move on to our next esteemed speaker. It is my singular privilege and honor to introduce our guest of honor as well, Ms. Prudence Ngwenya. She is the Director, Women, Gender, and Youth Directorate, African Union Commission, AUC. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise.
Thank you very much. I was telling the lady that her energy is amazing. A round of applause for her. And we don't celebrate them enough, but looking at the team at the back, that surely you have someone who's going to replace some of you when we are looking for somebody to moderate our sessions. You have a very youthful energy. I'm not promising a job because I'm not allowed to hire in the podium. I stand on existing protocol, but I want to also recognize my sister, Boemo Sehoma, the Secretary General of and the patron of SIOF, but also the Secretary General of the SADC Youth Parliament. And I also take the opportunity to recognize all the speakers that have come here and have spoken on behalf of different institutions. I want to recognize Meshak. Meshak, where are you sitting? I didn't see you this morning. Meshak, where are you? I want to recognize Meshak because he also is the gentleman who has brought all of us together, and his never dying spirit. I know that every single person who came here came and promised you a short speech. Thank you, Meshach. There's Meshach over there. Thank you very much, Meshach. Everybody who has come here, me and Boemo were sitting down there, of course, being the elders in this room. And we're saying every one of us has come as elders and promised you a short speech, but nobody delivered a short speech. So I'm going to do, because I like being different, I'm going to do the shortest speech that has ever been delivered by a person from the African Union, because you know we also speak too much. So it starts from now. I greet you all. And it is an honor for me to be here today. And I always say when I come to this forum is home. It is home for me because I am also a SADC girl. And I really commend SAYOF for bringing all of us together. I have a challenge for SAYOF, and also because I'm also a SADC girl, to say that I always come to these gatherings. Annually, I come, Meshach brings me, forces me to come at each one of these gatherings. I'm going to say that we need to start reaching out to the other regions and teaching them how we do it in SADC, because this is the most organized way for the youth of the continent. So we are doing it really well. So I'm also looking at my colleagues to say, let's create a platform for lessons sharing across the continent, because this is also our job. Climate change continues to disrupt agriculture on the continent, and it affects the young people. But despite all of this, and when I look around the room, I do not see a generation defined by the challenges that climate change or COVID or barriers to access to land have brought. I see entrepreneurs. I see building climate smart businesses. I see young leaders advocating for better policies. I see creators. I see farmers. I see community organizers. I saw Vuyo sitting at the back. Vuyo, can I see you? One of the community, a hustler, really, because that's one of the guys who really does a lot of advocacy, and I always see you and what you do on the continent. So the forums, this forum comes at a very historic time for the continent as well. The African Youth Charter, which is the guiding document for African youth development on the continent, an AU document, clocks in 20 years. And I know you like to say clock it. So it clocked in 20 years. It clocks it in this year. This is an opportunity for us to relook at whether we're still serving young people the way we are supposed to serve them, and whether the policies at country level also incorporate all the emerging issues that young people continue to face on the continent. For the 2 decades, the Charter has remained Africa's most comprehensive legal instrument, guaranteeing rights and guarantees responsibilities and meaningful participation of young people. But today, the task is not just to celebrate this anniversary. Our task is to strengthen it. The African Union, through the Youth Division, has come up with an African Youth Charter at 20 campaign, and this is the process where we are looking at what else should young people have rights for, and what other obligations should our countries have towards our young people to improve and make the document much more responsive to the young people of today. So this is going to be an important session today, as the team from the African Union is here. They will engage in our sessions to hear more about your voices, and for your voices to shape this youth policy, this African Union youth policy, and shape the continental's perspective on young people. So I encourage all of you to contribute honestly and constructively, because this is your charter, this is your future, and also it is an opportunity for each one of you to influence and contribute boldly, honestly, and constructively on this charter and on your future. I want to also encourage you to check our other side event that we have on the 1 million Next Level scorecard, and my colleagues will speak a bit about it, and I'm sure you can check them where they'll be seated, and they'll tell you a little bit more about what is going to be happening there. I don't want to take time to speak about it because I promised to be short, but I encourage all of you to take time to visit the African Union engagement space throughout the forum. I should also mention, because we're in SADC, that we don't come alone. We are also bringing a DJ with us. So it's about to get So what this means is that we know how to get young people to engage, and we know what makes them to tick. So at some point today, when the elders have left, plus I will not leave. So when all the other elders have left, we will stay behind and we surely will enjoy ourselves. So we've designed this space to showcase AU flagship initiatives, but also to get closer to the young people and make you understand that we also want you to relate to the African Union Commission. That's why we're also presenting it in a way that is relatable to you. My last message to you before I sit down, to every young person, particularly sitting here, is do not leave Johannesburg with just photographs and certificates. Live with partnerships. They always say, and they quote me, your net worth, your network is your net worth. Just remember that. So make sure, yeah, somebody's clocking it. Clock it. Your network, who you network with is your net worth at the end of the day. So live with partnership, live with new ideas, live with practical solutions, live with renewed determination to transform your communities, because Africa's transformation will not be delivered by institutions, but it will be driven by young people like yourselves who are prepared to lead with courage, with integrity and innovation. As Nelson Mandela said, and because we're in Johannesburg, it always seems impossible until it is done. The future we seek will not arrive by chance. So let this forum become more than just a conversation. Let the declaration emerging from Johannesburg serve as a roadmap for governments, for regional institutions, for partners, for the African Union to have a look at and actually to implement. And let generations remember that at this moment, at SIOF, young people chose not to simply inherit the future, but they created it. On behalf of the African Union Commission, I wish you productive deliberations, meaningful partnerships, and every success over the coming few days. And I also wish you to enjoy, and I plead with Meshach to create the time for networking and for enjoyment, as we call it. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. One more time for Miss Prudence Ngwenya. Speaking into the Agenda 2063, transforming, the continent to a global powerhouse and, a people-driven empowerment that empowers the young people, which is why we are here today. We appreciate you. The African Union, also one of our sponsors today. We appreciate you for the passion that you have for the young youth, the young people of the African continent, not just the funding, but then the passion as well. Let's put our hands together for the African Union and Miss Prudence Ngwenya. And she did not book me. That's not what she said. But just in case, my name is Miss V Candy, and you can book me. I'm available to travel. Thank you very much. We move on to our guest speaker and our guest of honor, actually. She is an exceptional stateswoman, a trailblazing developmental strategist. She is a relentless champion of youth development, gender equality, and regional integration across Southern Africa. And as the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, she commands the legislative cooperation of 15 national parliaments, representing the voices of over 300 million SADC citizens. With that, let's put our hands together for our guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, may we rise and bring our hands together and afford a magnificent SADC welcome to our guest of honor, Her Excellency, Miss Boemo M. Ndusegoma. Let's put our hands together and clock it.
good morning. Oh, good afternoon, or is it good evening now? Good afternoon, and thank you so much for that warm welcome. As usual, it's always a privilege to be among you and to be able to engage with you throughout most of your thematic sessions. I'll stand on the protocols already established. I've been given permission not to repeat those, but kindly note that you are welcome, you are recognized in your respective hierarchies, and feel at home. How exciting for some of us to enter into an age of maturity during this 8th Southern African Youth Forum session. I want to do something so that we all engender appreciating our leadership. I'd like Mr. Misha Gondo, your board, and those who you work with to kindly rise so we give them a rousing appreciation. Can we give them a rousing hand of appreciation? We should never be that generation that takes for granted what leadership does. And I would like for you to always note and appreciate that these are the men and women who have been bold for us to reach where we are, who have invested all their energies, who have been catalytic in ensuring that you enter all the spaces and where you are required to be seen and heard as young people. I want to say to you, your unwavering commitment to empowering young people and advancing regional dialogue has made this forum an indispensable platform for shaping Southern Africa's future. It is therefore an honor and privilege for me to allow them to appreciate you once more as they give you the last round of applause. You may be seated. Thank you. I bring fraternal greetings from the SADC Parliamentary Forum. As you're well aware, the SADC Parliamentary Forum associates very closely with the Southern African Youth Forum as an institution which is committed to governance, to citizen participation, human development, and sustainable regional transformation. You are all witnesses that over the years, the partnership with parliamentarians in the SADC Parliamentary Forum has grown, founded on mutual respect, shared values, and firm conviction that the future of Southern Africa must be shaped not merely for its young people, but with them. And I believe that through the examples that Mr. Misha Gondo gave at the beginning of this ceremony, we have integrated youth into our processes, into our procedures, into our dialogues, and have ensured that at the end of the day, you remain a constant representative of youth voices. Let me also applaud you for coming up with this particular theme: nourishing futures, enhancing food security and water resilience through sustainable agriculture and climate action for youth empowerment. I believe everybody who has spoken before me has said it is a compelling theme, that it is timely, that it reflects our collective aspirations to build a resilient food system, to strengthen climate action, and empower young people as catalysts for sustainable development. I would also like to register the democratic reflection that was made by International IDEA, for you to reflect much more intently on what democracy means to you. I hope you heard what he said, and I believe that the question was, what is the value addition? What do you ultimately benefit through the power of your vote? I'd also like to register that the theme also resonates strongly with the aspirations of Article 19 of the African Youth Charter, which calls upon state parties to promote sustainable methods of improving the lives of young people while safeguarding the interest of future generations. Please listen to that, yourselves and future generations. The Charter yet recognizes young people as the inheritors and custodians of the environment, with an important role to play in shaping climate-related policies. Equally, the principle of intergenerational equity in climate action is recognized in the preamble to the Paris Agreement. So as we appreciate these instruments, let us ensure that we hold those who have signed them to account, so that we go into those spaces where we can translate these promises into something we can hang our hopes on. After all, as young people, you possess a unique comparative advantage that previous generations did not enjoy. You are digital natives. You are exceptionally well positioned to harness emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. You are able to transform agriculture. You are able to strengthen food security. You are able to improve water management and build climate resilience. Technology is at your disposal. It is no longer merely a tool, it is an enabler for you to find solutions. I'd also like to speak a little bit about food insecurity. Yes, we are here. Yes, we are there. We may not internalize. I think my colleague, director, asked who's in the room. Are we inclusive enough? Are we able to have those faces that can be able to articulate food insecurity, water scarcity, climate change, and how it presents formidable challenges for them integrated into our platforms? Let us put aside articulation, exposure, knowledge, and qualification, and put at the center of our discussions the lived experiences of our own humanity. It is important that we take some of these innovations that should be presented as opportunities for us to be seen, to be in touch, and being able to connect with everybody else who looks like us or who doesn't look like us. You are fortunate. You already have the right skills. You already have exposure to the enabling policies. You are able to access resources. That's why you are here today. You are well equipped with solutions that our region urgently requires. Let's broaden our inclusivity. Let us go closer to the far-flung areas of our own villages, our own communities, so that we also see their voices. It is in this regard that I believe if you are able to do that, the principle of participatory democracy, which is the role of representation of parliaments, can be actively invigorated. Parliaments need to hear from all youth without exception. Parliaments need youth who are empowered. We all appreciate the role of legislation of members of parliament, the role of them approving budgets, exercising oversight, and advancing, for instance, resilience in food security and all the other issues that we're talking about today. But attention should be given to creating opportunities for all youth, and I underline, so that you can lead agribusinesses together, you can promote indigenous seed preservation and regeneration, you can facilitate equitable access to agricultural land, and strengthen knowledge transfer on sustainable and environmentally friendly farming practices. Please continue to take full advantage of public investment opportunities as you continue to, but let's be inclusive. Let's see how we can improve and document how young people have improved water harvesting, storage, purification, and conservation, while embracing technologies such as artificial intelligence to improve weather forecasting, anticipating droughts, and enhance agricultural planning. I will not repeat what everybody else has said, but I'd like to focus on the fact that it is in our interest at SADC Parliamentary Forum that you ensure that Parliament remain fully informed about the realities that young people face, that communities face, whether they relate to displacement caused by climate events, whether they relate to women giving birth on a boat trying to cross over to the nearest clinic, whether it is disruption in or declining livelihood opportunities. Parliament can only respond if the pressure and the visibility of what is happening among our communities is effectively communicated, and then it hears directly from those who are most affected. Let us consistently engage parliaments. Let us ensure that policies don't delay to take on board some of the issues that have been discussed today. Let us ensure that at the end of the day, the innovation and competitiveness required attracts the investment required from our governments. We've talked about capital flows. We've talked about talent this morning. It should flourish when young people are empowered. Neither the Sustainable Development Goals under Agenda 2030 nor the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan can be fully realized without the active participation of young people. The same is true of Africa Agenda 2063, whose aspirations depend upon the energy, creativity, and innovation of Africa's youthful population. As young people, you are not passengers on Africa's development journey. You are drivers, and therefore, let us take this to heart. As I conclude, allow me to pay special tribute to the many mentors, coaches, sympathizers, funders, educators, and young leaders across our region who continue to invest their time and skill, wisdom, and experience in nurturing the next generation and ensuring that this forum continues to be sustained, continues to be, continues to harvest the content that is necessary for you to contribute. Their contribution, I know, often goes unseen, it appears, yet it is foundational to the progress that we celebrate today. Allow me to acknowledge in particular the commitment all 2 hands, 2 feet, and his brain as we agree that let us streamline practically the presence and voice of youth into SADC Parliamentary Forum processes, who, notwithstanding the demands of an exceptionally busy schedule, continues to be available to mentor, guide, and inspire young people. Can we give him a round of applause? His example reminds us that leadership is measured not only but also by the lives we shape. To him and to all those who selflessly invest in the next generation, we are very proud of you at the SADC Parliamentary Forum and would like to register our profound appreciation. Southern Africa's future will be determined not only by the quality of its youth, but also by the dedication of those who choose to believe in them. We need you as young people to be relevant. We need you to be champions, not passive observers. If democratization is the pathway to sustainable development, then we want young people to become the architects and builders of that particular pathway. We know that countries prosper when the wisdom and experience of young people is woven together with the energy, creativity that you are able to dispense. I'm confident that through this youth forum, we are going to continue to be influential, will continue to be known as the regional think tank that is indispensable, one that generates bold ideas, shapes public policy, and successfully connects young people to aspirations of the three arms of that the SADC Parliamentary Forum will remain steadfast in its commitment to working alongside yourselves and to ensure that the doors of Parliament remain open to yourselves and that no young person can be left behind. Never underestimate your power, never underestimate your voice in the lawmaking process, never ever undermine that revolutions have given citizens what they require. As an African proverb wisely reminds us, and I quote, "The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now," close quote. Let us therefore plant today the seeds of visionary leadership, innovation, and regional solidarity, confident that they will grow into stronger institutions, resilient economies, and a more prosperous Southern Africa. May I also take this opportunity to wish you well as you prepare to celebrate International Youth Day this year. I now declare this meeting officially opened. I thank you, ke a leboha. Nzakensa, Nzakiza Siwani. Merci beaucoup and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We can rise to our feet and give a resounding hand of applause. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your presence here as our guest of honor is a powerful validation, that the apex legislative bodies of our region are fully invested in youth innovation, in climate action, and food security. So we thank you, and we're really honored to have you here. Once again, let's put our hands together.
I did mention we do have lots and lots of activities this afternoon. Now, we're about to go into a different session right now, and this is the awards ceremony. This time around, we are going to be honoring all those that have been supporting young people, the innovators, and all the change makers to make their dream a reality.
Recognition is really vital, A great idea without recognition is like a seed that is left in a sack. It has the potential to grow, but then it will not grow because there is no light. So recognition is the light, and today we are bringing the spotlight, as Dixon said, to the youth supporters, to the change makers, and the innovators. Yeah? Let's put our hands together. I was about to say amen. Amen.
Amen. Right about now, let me call upon Honorable Atembela Msibi, who is the Regional Board Chair, Ms. Piroska Van, Head of Health, and of course, Dr. Vivian Joseph, our Regional Board Member, to help us with the logistics of this session we're about to go into.
As they come, we can actually put our hands together. Such an important segment, to recognize people who are breaking the glass ceiling, who are pushing the envelope and ensuring that they make an impact when it comes to livelihoods and the youth.
So are you ready for the first category this afternoon?
Yes.
You don't sound ready.
Am I the only one who's ready?
Are you ready for the award ceremony? Okay, so let's get it started.
They sound ready.
Yeah. Okay, so we are starting with the Best Youth Partnership Award. To present this award, let me invite Shanaine Kurasha, who is the Director, Parliamentary Business and Programs, as well as the Chief Mentor, SIOF and Southern Africa Youth Parliament.
We can put our hands together for him, Mr. Shoneni Kurasha. And the winner for this category, Best Youth Partnership Award, is Sally Ngube, Regional Representative for Southern Africa. Equality Now. Let's put our hands together. We can ululate.
So the purpose of this award is to recognize
Sally Ngube, Regional Representative for Southern Africa Equality Now, recognized for her outstanding collaboration promoting youth empowerment. We can put our hands together. Ladies, we can ululate. Gents, we can whistle. Oza.
Congratulations once again, Sally Ngube.
We move on to the next category, Uniting Africa and Arab Youth Award. And to present this award, allow me to call upon Graham Matenga. He is the Regional Head of Programs for Africa and West Asia International IDEA. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Graham Matenga. Fantastic. Mr. Kurasha stepping in the shoes of Mr. Graham Matenga.
And the winner for Uniting Africa and Arab Youth Award goes to His Excellency Hasfa El Hassan, Secretary General, Afro-Arab Youth Council, to be received by Christopher Satega, Pan-African Youth Union.
Let's put our hands together. This award recognizes efforts in fostering intercontinental youth solidarity. The award going to H.E. Hasfa El Hassan, Secretary General, Afro-Arab Youth Council. Let's put our hands together. We can ululate.
Congratulations once again.
And on behalf of our winner, you can say something, Mr. Christopher. And Madame Sala also ask you to come for a little speech. Mr. Christopher.
Congratulations to Afro Youth Council, and I believe it's the right platform to continuously recognizing exception, and there's no better place than here done by Sayo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we now move on to our third category this afternoon, which is the Youth Inclusion and Development Award.
And to present this award, allow me to call upon to the podium Bainswari Bolaki, UNECA, on behalf of Miss Eunice G. Kamwendo, Director, Southern Africa, Sub-Regional Office, UNECA. Let's put our hands together. And this award honors efforts advancing gender, youth inclusion, and youth-focused policy.
The winner for Youth Inclusion and Development Award is none other than Ms. Prudence Ngwenya, Director for Women, Gender and Youth, African Union Commission.
Congratulations. I'm Shlope. We can put our hands together. We can make some noise. We can ululate. We can whistle. Honoring the efforts of Ms. Prudence Ngwenya in advancing gender, youth inclusion, and youth-focused policy. It is the Youth Inclusion and Development Awards. Let's put our heads together one more time.
And you may wish to say one or two things, Ms. Prudence Ngwenya, once you're done with.
Thank you very much. I didn't prepare a speech, but I just want to say that this is really for all the young people on the continent who continue to lead advocacy in their communities to make sure that youth voices are heard. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, Ms. Prudence Ngwenya. That's the winner for Youth Inclusion and Development Award. We are now moving into our fourth category this afternoon,
which is Skills for Employment and Innovation Award. And to present this award, I'll call upon Mr. Rangarirai Machemedze, Project Coordinator, Trade TSTR, Directorate of Industrial Development and Trade, SADC Secretariat. Let's put our hands together for him.
In this category, we are recognizing youth-led innovation, fostering employment, and of course, entrepreneurship, particularly in rural areas.
And the winner is Terence Maposa, founder and CEO of Kwateri. Let's put our hands together for him. Makorokoto Amhlope. Congratulations. Recognizing a youth-led innovation, fostering employment and entrepreneurship, particularly in rural communities. This is the Skills for Employment and Innovation Award. We can put our hands together for that.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you may wish to know that these awards are made from precious stones.
Terence, a word?
I didn't come prepared, but it's an honor. I'm truly honored to be representing the people from the rural areas. I hope this inspires a lot of people who are also coming and rising from the rural areas. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. You were saying something about this special award.
Absolutely. I was saying that these awards are made from precious stones. Later on, we'll be told who made this, but they are really, really, really special.
Fantastic.
We are now moving into our fifth category, which is Youth Impact Leader Award.
And to present this award, I'll call upon Honorable Anstaniavo Ramelinana, SIOF Regional Board Co-Chairperson. Let's put our hands together for her as she comes. And this award recognizes a young leader making significant social impact.
And the winner in this category is none other than Bitania Lulu Beranu, who is the Director, Youth Act, Y Act. Congratulations once again, Bitania Lulu Benanu.
We can put our hands together. We can shout. We can celebrate with her. That's more like it. Oh, yeah. Recognizing a young leader making significant social impact, this is the Youth Impact Leader Award. Congratulations. We can actually clap.
And you can't tell us that you didn't come prepared because we know you are always prepared.
She says, I'm prepared. Give me the mic.
My name is Winnie, not Bitania, but we are receiving the award on behalf of Bitania. The wonderful ladies you're seeing and the gentlemen, those are part of the WIAC team. We are very proud and we are thankful to SIOF for this award. It shows Bitania's commitment and collective support in youth development in Africa. We are really grateful and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Winnie, and congratulations to Bitania one more time.
We move on to the next category, Nature of Youth Movements Award.
And to present this award, I call upon Mr. Mishe Gondo, the Chief Executive Officer for SIOF.
This award celebrates sustained commitment to supporting youth-led movements. Nature of Youth Movements Award. And the winner is BRICS Bomber Programs Director, Trust Africa. Put our hands together. This award will be collected by Taran Bodo on behalf of BRICS Bomba. Taran, if you may come. Celebrating sustained commitment to supporting youth-led movements. Powerful. Nature of Youth Movements Award. We can put our hands together. Congratulations, a hearty congratulations. Okay, Mr. Mishe Gondo informing me that Mr. BRICS Bomba will come to give his remarks later on in the program.
We now move on. We're going to Excellence Youth Empowerment and Mentorship Champion Award. To present this, we have got Her Excellency Moemo Sekoma, Secretary General, SADC Parliamentary Forum, and Patron of SIOF and Southern Africa Youth Parliament.
We can put our hands together for her as she comes. And I'm really loving the, oh, that's it. Excellence Youth Empowerment and Mentorship Champion Award. And this award honors a leader with an unwavering commitment to youth development, policy engagement, and mentorship in the SADC region and across Africa.
The winner in this category is none other than His Excellency Nados Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer, AUDA NEPAD.
Congratulations. We can ululate, we can put our hands together. Whee! Congratulations. A leader with an unwavering commitment to youth development, policy engagement, and mentorship in the SADC region and across Africa. It is the Excellence Youth Empowerment and Mentorship Champion Award. Would you want to say something on behalf? Okay.
Should we move on?
We can.
Okay. We're now going into Excellence Youth Empowerment and Mentorship Champion Award. And this is the last one. Excellence Youth Empowerment and Mentorship Champion Award. To present this, let me invite His Excellency Nados Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer, AUDA NEPAD.
Let's put our hands together. This award honoring a leader with an unwavering commitment to youth development, policy engagement, and mentorship in the SADC region and across Africa. And the winner is none other than Her Excellency Boemo Sekoma, Secretary General, SADC Parliamentary Forum, and patron of SIOF and Southern Africa Youth Parliament. We can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Let's put our hands together.
Congratulations once again, Your Excellency.
She is a leader with an unwavering commitment. You in the SADC region and across Africa. Congratulations. Excellence Youth Empowerment and Mentorship Champion Award will allow you, Your Excellency, to have a small speech.
Wow. I'm not sure what to say. Safe to say that this is for you. This is the fuel to your energy and to ensure that the revolution gets complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So I heard something that if you clap enough, you know, for winners, you will be clapped for later on. So it's important, you know. There is impartation in celebrating wins.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, at this moment in time, we would like to request our guest of honors, our dignitaries, to come in front for a group photo.
Our guest of honors and our dignitaries to come in front for a group photo. Thank you very much. Okay, so you can come stand here, just in front of the stage. And it is my singular power as the MC to also jump into the picture.
So we kindly ask our dignitaries to remain behind so that we take another photo with the rest of the group. Okay, in the interest of time. Okay, thank you. All right, at this moment in time, I would like to invite the co-chair, would like to present a gift to Madam SG.
I'm going to frame, it was crafted by young people with disabilities in Madagascar. So this is, I think it should fuel our commitment to really integrate all systems and procedures to ensure that people with disabilities are not left behind in parliamentary processes. Thank you so much.
Let's put our hands together. Your Excellency, so deserving. We enter into this next segment of our program, Ignite Talk. And when we talk about igniting talk, you know, it is a spark that starts a wildfire of action across Africa. And who better to deliver that spark than a master of development, a guide to regional policy, and a true champion of youth development. Looks like you want to tell me something.
Yes. People are complaining that they are hungry here.
Is that so?
Yes.
They don't want to be ignited yet.
Mr. Gondo was telling me that he's hungry. He can't listen anymore.
Okay.
So we better go for a lunch break.
Are we going to be ignited after the lunch break?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. So I guess it is now time for our lunch break. And just waiting for more information on that. You don't seem excited about the lunch break? Because I didn't hear any like, ooh.
Remember, it's about food sustainability, huh? It's about food.
You were saying food security. Sustainability. Okay, so here's how it's happening. First, the dignitaries are going to go to the lunch room first, and it will be followed by table. Our ushers will escort us and will come to our table, so you can sit back, you can relax, or if you want to get up, talk to someone, take pictures, we can do that as well. So at this point, I'll allow our dignitaries to go first. It is a walking distance, and we will be directed accordingly. And after that, we have more exciting stuff lined up.
Remember, the lunch break is 1 hour. So let's keep time because we have got lots and lots of activities as well later on after the lunch.
Fantastic. Bon appetit. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. At this point, I will invite our head of media, advocacy, Ian Bambi, for a little media exercise that's going to happen now. As it comes, may we put our hands together for him. Are you guys making this? That's what we love to hear.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? All right, just a quick exercise. Are we all? Can I have your attention, please? Thank you. So when I say hello, you say hi. Hello. That's good. We're going to do a couple of things this afternoon so that we can make sure that this particular forum doesn't end right here in this building. We want to trend, and I want to get together. We want to make it trend. So we are the people going to make it happen. So what you're doing, I know you've been taking photos since morning, have we? Our camera people have also been taking photos, so they're going to be sharing short link so that you get other pictures. But for now, I want you to open your Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, open any social media account now. Everyone, on your phone now. Just open. We have had so many sessions, different key takeaways, speakers that we invited. So open any platform and then you write your key takeaway of the day with a picture. Your key takeaway of the day with a picture. Don't post yet. Don't post yet. any social media platform, you write your key takeaway with a picture. We've had amazing speakers already, more are coming. We have seen people winning. So I'm wondering whether someone discussing their key takeaway or what. We want to see your key takeaway online. Just open your Facebook, your X, your Instagram, your LinkedIn, and you write your key takeaway, including your picture or your pictures. Have we all done that now? Don't post yet. Don't post yet. Don't post. Have we all written something? Now you never know whether people are holding their phones, doing what you're saying, or they're doing something. That's the feature about phones. You never know. I trust you guys are doing exactly what you're asking us to do. So you are opening any social media platform, and then you post your picture. You write your key takeaway, but you're not posting it. Upload your photo, write your key takeaway, and you tag the Southern African Youth Forum on whatever platform. Sayof. Tag Sayof. We're doing that right now. Tag Sayof right now. And make sure that you use these two hashtags. We are using two hashtags for this forum. So anything that you're going to post going forward, please make sure you use these two hashtags. The first one is hashtag SAYOF 2026. The SAYOF is capital letter S-A-Y, small letter O, capital letter F. S-A-Y, small letter O, capital letter O. Hashtag SAYOF 2026. Hashtag SAYOF. Those are the two hashtags we're using. The first one is hashtag SAYOF 2026. The second one, hashtag SAYOF. Yeah, I see a lot of activities happening. Okay. Then let's post. Let's post now. Let's post. I'm going to be checking these posts. I want to see guys whether you've taken side for what. Let's post now. So anytime you're posting anything on social media, please remember to take our partners. All these are our partners right here, you see. On these banners, these are our partners. So take pictures, you take side with all the partners here. We have ECA, we have AGRA, we have SADC PF, African Union, New Economic Development now, International African Youth Union, a lot of our partners. We take them on their social media platforms so that we amplify the message. Have we all posted now? Have we posted? I don't trust the answers I'm getting. For the last time, have we posted? That's better. Thank you so much. You do this again. So when you post, remember, take us, hashtag SAYOF 2026 and hashtag SAYOF. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Can we put our hands together for him? As people walk coming from lunch. We ate, guys. We ate, right? Guys. Young people. Okay. So before the lunch break, we're about to get into Ignite Talk.
Absolutely.
And you know how this segment is a spark that starts a wildfire of action across the African region. And there's no better person to do this, Dixon.
Absolutely. None other than Mr. Okay. I hate too much.
Okay, none other than Mr. Shoneli Kurasha. Can we put our hands together for him? He is the master of development, a guide to regional policy, and a true champion of youth development. Can we bring the house down as we welcome him? A massive welcome for our SADC Parliamentary Forum Director of Programs and our Chief Mentor, Mr. Shoneli Kurasha. Make some noise. That's it.
Good afternoon, There's no sign that we have this. Good afternoon. Yes. I'm trying to back on Zoom. I want to share. I'm going to try and be brief, but what I've done, I've made sure that although I will speak briefly, I've prepared something that you must take as you go back home. Sorry, I forgot to request to have the right to share. Is it possible at the shortest time to be given the right to share on Zoom? Is someone talking to me? Hello? Is there a solution to my problem?
Media. They're saying that you can share.
I can share.
Yes.
There is no evidence that I can share.
Can someone go assist on stage, please?
Sure. I can chat, I can raise hand, question and answer, settings, but I don't see where I can share. Everything comes right. I can start going to my presentation, really. So when I was asked to give a night talk, I wanted to, as usual, speak on something that focuses on motivation. As an entrepreneur, I've always said to young people, your voice matters. But to guarantee your voice to be heard, or your voice stands a better chance of being heard if it is backed by some economic means. You hear that? But today I'm not talking about some economic means. I'm talking about soft skills. When I was looking at facts and figures, I was right. I want to be sure that it is my presentation, not my face you are seeing. Are you able to see? It's a bit. Okay. If this is the best, do what can I do? So when I was looking at the facts and figures, so let me put a disclaimer and tell you what the dilemma that or the thinking process that went through my head. Asked to give any night talk. The temptation to talk about money and influence was very high. Then I remembered that I was reading something from Harvard University around soft skills. Because I had come across what I thought were quite shocking revelations. And then said, let me focus my Ignite talk on what I was experiencing myself. So I've prepared a full presentation. You'll be able to look at it, but I will speak to it. So here is the first fact about the issue of soft skills. Harvard University, Stanford Research Center actually found out that 80% of career success is hinged on soft skills. Only 15% is on technical abilities. You hear that? Yeah, no. So you tell us, I'm a medical doctor, we hear you. But so what? When we go back, we will not remember that I was with a medical doctor. We will say, I found this interesting medical doctor. When you mention interesting, it has nothing to do with their qualifications. There's something to do with their soft skills. Then the other research found out that 92% of professionals rate soft skills as an anchor in terms of their career success. And then the World Health Organization actually found out that soft skills are life skills. So your decision making, your emotional intelligence, your well-being are driven more by your soft skill abilities than your technical skill ability. So I've decided to fish out one soft skill that I want to talk about in this night talk. It is negotiation. Who is in a relationship? And one must listen to my presentation. Because you need this to navigate the dynamics. There's a statement I like from Carrie Fisher. He says, everything is negotiable. You hear that? So I'm a livestock breeder. I'm a livestock breeder. So sometimes they are, when farmers visit to my farm, they will point at my most prized stud animal and say, I want this one. It is the one that I'm breeding with. They are coming to buy breeding stock and they want the one that I'm using to breed. You know what I say? It's fine for a price, for its price I can give you. Because even Ronaldo and Messi have their own price. So he says everything is negotiable. And that's a universal truth. You hear this? Everything is negotiable. If you have not won it, it's simply because you haven't mastered how to negotiate. And we negotiate every day. I mean, for you to even to come to this conference, we have had our resource person speaking about our partners who have financed the event. Some negotiations would have gone into that dynamic. Yesterday, even as you were told by organizers that your accommodation is sorted, when you go to the reception, some form of negotiation had to take place. Some of us, we came here thinking by 9 o'clock I'll be in bed. I was not sleeping until midnight because Mishek and others found a way of negotiating for my time. And I stayed until so literally in every situation. And that's why we must master the art of negotiation. I'm going to negotiate with the director of ceremonies. Director of ceremonies, how much time do I have? Do I have left? So that I start to put into use the art of negotiation. 10 minutes. So when we started, she said I had 10 minutes. This is the power of negotiation. I still have 10 minutes. So the question is, Not whether you negotiate. The question is whether you negotiate effectively. Remember, we said negotiation is a soft skill. So when you look at negotiation, it speaks to your ability to build relationships, to solve problems. If you can't negotiate, you risk throwing tantrums. Because half the time what you want is not happening, but simply you don't know how to engage others so that you also have what you wish for. So negotiations are important in relationships, in successes of organizations, even in peaceful societies. Do you know? Do you know? Whenever you see violence, whatever form or shape, when the AU says, let's silence the guns, it's an admission that negotiation has failed. So at both lower and higher levels, there are people who are called diplomats, decorated as they are. The people who are in the international civil service, even in regional civil service like some of us. One of the important skills we must possess or we possess is the ability to negotiate. There's a book that I want you to look out for. It's by Fisher et al. It's called Getting to Yes, Negotiating Agreements Without Giving In. And I'll teach you one of the principles in that book before I sit down. The classic examples in terms of the power of negotiation. So when you negotiate not from a point of position, but from a point of interest. So negotiators know that we focus not on people's positions, but on interest, people's interest. The classic example is two sisters who argued over an orange. This is an example you find in Fisher et al. And the solution was, let's split the orange in half. What is the problem? It's two of you, we split in half. But the mother, because the mother is a master negotiator, she goes beyond the positions and asks the daughters, why do you each want the orange? And as it turns out, the first one, she wants the orange because she wants to bake, to use it for baking. The other sister says, I need the orange because I want to peel the orange and I mean, the first one is the one who wants to peel the orange and use the peels for baking. The other one wants juice. But when they were asked from a position perspective, why do you want the orange? Everyone says, I want the orange. On being asked why they want it, the other one wants the juice, the other one wants the pills. And because of the ability to negotiate, you are able to permeate the impressions into the deeper understanding in terms of what you really want. So in other words, you move from position to wants, or you move from wants to needs. It turns out that you can actually each have what they want wholesome without necessarily cutting in half. So sometimes we think the solution is, how many are you? Let's divide by the number of people. Because you have not gone deeper. There's a way in which you find a happy medium because you have understood the people's wants, or you have understood what they really want. The second one, the biblical story of Solomon. The mothers are fighting over a child. And Solomon says there is a solution. Let's cut the child in half. And the one who is not the mother of the child says, that's a fair solution. What did the mother of the child say? You can give her the child as long as the child lives. And immediately Solomon was able to tell, this can be the mother. This is the power of negotiation. So it is important to realize that you are going to have to negotiate in many situations. In your career, in your business, in leadership, in policy, even in diplomacy, in peace and security. The World Economic Forum actually says life rewards people who negotiate well. Negotiators are rare. If you are in a relationship with someone who can negotiate, the first feeling you have is the feeling of fairness. Because you have been listened to and someone takes into consideration what you really want. So for young people, sometimes this is a function of experience. You are not going to be a master negotiator because the chief mentor has just spoken about the importance of negotiation. But at least because I've flagged it, you're going to be conscious in terms of the way you approach your soft skills. One of the myths with negotiation is the myth of I must win. You want to win at all times. When you take that attitude, sometimes you win the argument and lose the relationship. Eh? It's in Greek mythology, there's something they call Pyrrhic victory. A victory where the gains, while it appears victory, are much worse than what you have lost. You are declared winner as a commander while you are standing on top of dead soldiers. The boys that are here, youth, the youthful of the male sex, as you navigate relationships, be careful how you want to be the winner of the argument. You hear this? And sometimes business is like that. It's as delicate as those of the fairer sex we want in our lives. You have your trophy, but it's hollow because you have not been able to balance. You have a tendency of wanting to win at all costs. So I love evidence. The Harvard says they have actually a negotiation project. And they say the best negotiators create value before they claim it. You hear that? Stephen Covey, the author of 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, says lasting success comes from seeking win-win solutions. Great negotiators leave relationships stronger than they found them. Yes. That's why when you listen, when you remember, they say you may forget what people say, you may forget what people do, but the people may forget what you say, they may forget what you do, but they will never forget how you made them feel. You only make them feel special because you are able to negotiate. So if there is an area that you must focus or target on, is negotiation. The objective is not victory. The objective must be sustainable agreement. You may win the battles, but you lose the war because you have overly focused on positions. So people love posturing. They must see me. They will see you, but after we have seen you, then what? 4 principles for that great negotiators have. First, separate the person from the problem. Don't shoot the message. Shoot the message. Number 2, focus on interests, not positions. The interest was to divide the child in half so that each mother or each of the 2 that are claiming to be mothers have a fair share. The interest was to, the position was to cut the orange into half because you have 2 kids that want the orange. But as you move from position to interest, you are able to tell what exactly they want out of the orange. 4th, listen before you speak. Those who are counselors will tell you that a posture called already listened, where people are listening to you so that they respond. So before you speak, they already have an answer. There was a lady, I'm a former journalist. If at all there's something called former. The Barbara Petty, who used to work for ETV, she was known for grilling guests when they come to a show. One day, she invited the chairperson of the ANC, Gwede Mandash, a seasoned politician. So he comes there, and you are feeling, you're already imagining how the man is going to be flawed. So she comes and bombards him with questions, and then out of experience, he then says, Barbara, is the studio not yours? Is the TV station not yours? If you wanted to ask yourself and answer yourself, why did you invite me? From that moment on, the man was given acres of space because he had mastered the art of negotiation. Before that, the journalist was simply ready to respond to him even before he speaks. Then aim for win-win. Sustainability or sustainable development is about being inclusive, everyone getting a fair share and feeling involved. And negotiation is one of the tools that we can use to achieve that. Let me end by sharing with you the Butner principle. It's a principle that is in Fisher and all et al. Book that I mentioned too. Getting to yes, negotiating agreements without giving in. The Butner principle is, they call it the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. So you get the presentation, don't worry. But it's BATNA because it represents best alternative to a negotiated agreement. And so what this principle says is that if this negotiation fails, what is my next best option? So in other words, if the negotiation fails, what do you have left? So if you have a strong Butner position, then it means you have negotiation power. In negotiations, you don't posture. If the truth is you really need this job and the offer is 500 on the table, you are not going to grandstand because what you are bargaining for may be granted and you realize that you're actually on 0. So if you have a strong partner position, it means you are also able to negotiate better. So before you go into a negotiation, you must look at your context. And one of the things that you must do is determine your partner position. Best alternative to a negotiated agreement. I think I will be happy to end with this slide. The 4 questions you must ask before you negotiate. What do I really want? Where you clarify your true objective, not just your opening position. That posturing I was talking about. The second aspect, what is my partner if we cannot agree? So you know your walk away position, so you negotiate from strength. If you don't know what you possess, which the other person may want, you negotiate yourself downwards. What you do with this information is up to you, ladies and gentlemen. But it's a principle that works across. Then the other one, what does the other person really want? So you also want to invest in understanding their underlying interests before the conversation begins. The last one, how can we both succeed? The win-win that I spoke about. So the bottom line, my message was, there's a shift from over-focus on technical abilities to soft skills. When people say Weekend is a good MC or director of ceremony, it has nothing to do with their technical abilities. Nothing whatsoever. It's the way you manipulate the soft skills to be able to appeal to the people you are engaging. Similarly, for young people, you need to be good negotiators because the reality is you want to penetrate spaces that are already occupied. So the first thing is to assure those that you are seeking to accommodate you, to know that you mean well, you are not a threat. You are here for collaboration. And I thought, let me jog your mind a bit around the issue of negotiation. And as I said, I characterize negotiation as that one skill that every young person needs to have. Thank you very much.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what a presentation. Our chief mentor, Mr. Ishoneni Kurasha. One more time, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much. And in his words, great negotiators, they create value before they claim it. This is so powerful, especially for young people, to know the importance of soft skills. We can never overemphasize how imperative they are because, Dixon, talent can keep you in the room, but then it is the soft skills. Talent can take you in the room, actually, but then it is the soft skills that then keep you in the room and open more doors for you. Negotiation, communicating, collaborating, problem solving. So this was a powerful and necessary talk for young people. One more time, let's put our hands together.
And what I've just learned is that discovering the right words can completely shift the leverage in your favor. So
Yes.
Mr. Kurasha has just saved my marriage with Saif.
And what I loved is how he was taking it to Mjolo as well, so that people are not Niswed with Mjolo, you know. So I hope we're taking notes as Dixon did.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Okay, so we're moving into another session. Right now, would like to invite the Fertilizer Sovereignty and Food Security New Economic Hub for their presentation. This is the New Economy Hub.
Let's put our hands together as they come. More hands. Let's put our hands together as we prepare for that discussion.
Fine.
And DJ, you can play something as we move the podium and they get comfortable.
It's a panel discussion, actually. Yeah.
Just give them
Cool. Yeah, that's good. That's perfect. I'll just put it on the chair. I'll put it on the chair. Thank you. Okay, afternoon, everyone. My name is Malik Dasu. I'm a senior program officer at the African Climate Foundation. We work in partnership with the New Economy Hub. So if you are recognizing a different name from the organization that was introduced, that's why. Cool. So our session is on fertilizer sovereignty. How does it enable food security on the continent? Now, fertilizer sovereignty, bit of a confusing phrase, but it's basically how fertilizers or how independent actors on the continent become able to access, produce, and use fertilizers without dependency on the rest of the world. A really important topic for us, particularly in SADC. What we've seen is that fertilizers rarely make the news until there's a crisis. Think right now about the US attack on Iran and how fertilizers have risen to prominence in global food security debate. But we've seen precedent for it. COVID-19 spiked fertilizer prices across the world as important trade routes between Russia, Ukraine, and the rest of the world got blocked. We also saw, COVID-19, which disrupted global value chains, and then the Russia-Ukraine war, which blocked trade routes there. Fertilizers are also one of the pivotal foundations of food security, right? We don't, or we aren't able to produce the amounts of food that we do without them. But what we've seen is that 80% of fertilizers used in sub-Saharan Africa are imported from elsewhere in the world. Now, that's a really dangerous statistic for us because as we've seen, at least during the Russia-Ukraine war, food prices spiked by about 321% within the first few weeks of that war in Zimbabwe. So there is a direct correlation to food security when these sort of global events happen. And we need to think as a continent, as a regional bloc, how we make ourselves more resilient. So we are particularly exposed to international markets on fertilizer and particularly geopolitical events that affect their distribution. And we need to grow food that people are able and can afford to eat. And so what we're going to do in this session is I'm going to call up some speakers who are going to speak to what is the problem with global fertilizer trade and usage, how do we get around it, and what needs to be done to actually enact some of these interventions. Great, so joining me, I've got Mukonazwote Mateletele from Fanapan. She is the program officer at the Food, Ag, Natural Resources Policy Analysis Network. Thank you. Our second speaker is Zinziswa Ngeva. She is a soil scientist at the Department of Agriculture with a background in climate change and agriculture. Can we have her up, please? Oh, sorry, she's online. Apologies. Our third speaker is Mwai Zenengea, the founder and managing director of Eden's Harvest Projects, and a Malawian agribusiness combining farming and food processing to improve food security, nutrition, and sustainable livelihoods. Great. And our last speaker is Blessings Mlemba, who is the founder and manager of Big Two Projects, SADC and Agri Youth Chairman. Excellent. If they could join me on stage. Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining us. I know some of you are very last minute, but let's see what we can do to start solving this big fertilizer challenge that we have on the continent, and particularly in our region. So, Mukona Zwote, can I start with you? How did we get here? Right? Why is Southern Africa so dependent on particularly synthetic fertilizers that are imported from the rest of the world?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Could you just repeat the question once
Sure.
again?
The question is, how did we get here? Why, as a regional bloc in Southern Africa, why are the countries here so dependent on synthetic fertilizers that we import?
Yeah. So Africa is very vulnerable, right? And this is unlike Europe and North America, where they focus on reducing excessive fertilizer use. And Africa, you know, as a continent, we face a different reality than those other continents, which means that fertilizer application rates across Africa remains amongst the lowest globally to date. Yet our soils have suffered decades of nutrient depletion and declining organic matter as well. And this issue is therefore not that Africa uses too much fertilizer, but that we remain highly dependent on imported synthetic fertilizers while our soils continue to degrade year after year. Yeah.
That's great. I think there's 2 points there. One is that we're starting from a very low base when compared to the rest of the world in terms of our fertilizer usage, but we are increasing our usage as a trend over time. So we're making ourselves more vulnerable. Maybe just as a quick follow-up, can you speak to some of the countries who are more exposed and what conditions make them more exposed to fertilizer usage than others?
Do you want to take that one? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sure. Sure. The question is, which countries are more exposed in Southern Africa to fertilizer usage, and what are some of the conditions that make them more exposed than others?
Okay, the first one I can mention, my country, Malawi, is one of the countries that is really exposed to the use of synthetic fertilizer. I think growing up, most people have been taught that we need to use fertilizer for us to have good yields. So obviously, every farmer works very hard in order to purchase fertilizer for them to have good yields. I guess another country I could mention is Zambia, Kenya. Yeah, those are just some of the countries.
Yep. Okay. Let's stay with you, Zinzi. So sorry. Let's go online rather. Is the speaker online? Do we know? She is.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I'm here.
Perfect. So I'm going to come to you, Zinzi. So when fertilizer prices rise abroad, how quickly does this affect domestic food prices? And can you speak to the dynamics that happen that affect that relationship?
Oh, okay. What happens is that can you hear me clearly?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. What happens is that whenever there are challenges when the background noise. Can someone help me with that?
We might have to mute ourselves on this side.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Go ahead, Zinzi.
Oh, I can go ahead. Oh, okay. So I say that whenever the fuel prices increases, then automatically there's always an increase in terms of fertilizer, because fertilizers are dependent on gas. They are dependent on electricity, and therefore, whenever we see a rise, in instabilities, or whenever we see a rise in fuel prices, then there's always a rise in the amount of fertilizer or prices. And then whenever these things happen, they have a negative impact on, on the availability of the fertilizers, and also they have a negative impact on the time of application, because the farmers might have to delay their planting times, and then this higher production cost, they will affect the yield negatively, because they will end up having lower yields, and also the food prices will also have to go up because of that.
That's great. Thank you for that. Let me just stick with you for one more question. Can you speak to the effects that are experienced by different kinds of farmers? So when we have large commercial farmers who are maybe able to bear the weight bigger than, say, a smallholder farmer, what are some of those, how have you experienced some of those dynamics? Is that a fair assumption, or are larger farmers equally as pressed as smallholder farmers when it comes to fertilizer usage and changing prices when it comes to the imported ones?
At times, the large-scale farmers, they normally have funding. They are able to get funds from banks, and they are able to get loans, and they're also able to get funding from overseas companies, like Europe at times, because they are well acquainted, and they have long-standing contracts or agreements with some of the European or overseas countries. But when it comes to the small-scale farmers, they are the ones that are hit the most, because most of them, they depend on grants from government, and sometimes most of them, they don't even have access to funding, because they don't have the land, even though they have land, but they don't have the title deeds for the land. So it's difficult for them to get loans from banks, and therefore they are hit the most when it comes to increase in food prices, because they end up not able to supply the demands that they are expected to supply at times. And also because they'll sometimes not be able to plant in the season, or plant what they have already maybe made an agreement to plant, with companies that they are doing business with. So they end up not able to meet their demands, and they end up not being able to have the quantities that they're supposed to be yielding at the time when these prices are increasing.
That's great. I think you're mentioning two important things there. One is that one is the time lapse between fertilizer disruptions and how we experience food price increases, and that being almost immediate to some extent. And then the second is the precarity that a lot of smallholder farmers are facing, as you mentioned, with regard to land tenure, access to finance, etc. Mike, can I come to you now? So let's talk about some of the solutions. Organic fertilizers that are made on the farm instead of in large factories from petrochemicals. We know that they're a solution. We know that they're being used across the continent. Tell us about how they're produced and some of their effects.
Okay, there is a combination of different raw materials that are used. For example, you can use waste from animals, even the stock from the maize after harvesting. So there's a combination of different natural raw materials that are used, combining them to come up with organic fertilizers. Now, when we use that, we are reducing the emission of carbon dioxide and other things that affect the ozone layer. So when we move from inorganic to organic, we are also protecting the world itself. Yeah, that's
yeah. I mean, it sounds like a bit of a silver bullet in some ways, using organic fertilizers. The fact that you can produce it on your own farm and not have to buy them seems like a game changer. But then, can I stick with you and ask you another question about what are the barriers then? Why isn't this being taken up more effectively by farmers or more widespread?
Okay, I feel like there's a problem with knowledge. Yes, information is there that we must use organic fertilizer, but how many people really know about this? I'm talking about the rural areas, deep rural areas where information is not there. When we are in the towns, there is internet, information is there, but there is someone who doesn't even have a phone. So it's not easy for those people to have that information. Now it needs those people that have that knowledge to go there and teach these people. So I feel like one problem is that there is no access to information, and also governments, sometimes like in my country, there is a program where they subsidize the fertilizer itself. So already people know that we need to use inorganic fertilizer. The government has subsidized. They will obviously go for that. And like for them to work and come up with their own organic fertilizer. And also there is an issue of markets. In Malawi, I've learned that there are a lot of people who are now producing organic fertilizers. But how can you really trust to say this is the proper one? And also, how can you buy it? Because there are a lot of people who are producing that. So I think there's an issue with also markets. And also, finally, changing the system. For us to change that system, as I've said, there's a lot of information that needs to be put out there. People really need to know what is going on the ground. Thank you.
That's great. I think there's, again, two cogent points that are coming out. It's access to knowledge, it's markets that are available to these farmers to actually use and access organic fertilizer in the way that we want to. You did mention governments, but I'm going to leave that to Blessings. Given the alternatives that are available, that exist, that we've spoken about here, where should governments be moving towards to avoid the vulnerabilities that we're seeing? I mean, right now, we're in a fertilizer crisis with the Strait of Hormuz being closed again. And we're seeing the direct effect of that on food price inflation rising here at home. So how should governments be thinking about the fertilizer situation, and what direction do you think they should be moving in?
All right, thank you so much. May you allow me just to add a bit of matter of organic fertilizer before I come to the government. So the problem that is there for the less effective of the organic fertilizer that are produced out there is the knowledge of the content. Like even the producer don't know how much nitrogen is in this bag, how many phosphorus is in this bag. They just combine ash, urine, chicken manure, but they really don't know what crop can do better and what measurements. So that kind of technicality and technology is lacking. I can say thousands and thousands of the organic producers, they don't know that concept, okay? So for it to be more effective, we should invest in technology. Before producing, you want to supply to a farmer, do you know the soil need of that farmer, of that farm? Okay, if we understand the basic soil need, we will produce exact content of fertilizer needed for that farmer or for that particular area. Okay, so on that part, yeah. So like in my country, I've bought a machine that tests nitrogen, phosphorus. So I work with different companies that produces organic fertilizer. So after they have done their combinations, I come in with the machine and test and advise saying there's lack of this content, so add this, you can have this amount of nitrogen. So now back to the government as well. Before even investing in a large amount production of inorganic fertilizer, they can even draft or outline some of the initiatives or innovations of the young people, especially in organic fertilizers. They should see the prototype, they should see the weaknesses and try to bring in the skill to improve already existing solutions, because it's not wise for the government to bring in solutions yet there are already existing solutions. And on the other end, I feel like sometimes it's political. Okay, I'm a policymaker. So I see that some of the things that governments do is political. Okay, like in the production of fertilizer, they would rather buy fertilizer from Russia for them to exaggerate the quotation to get something instead of producing locally, because we know that no, this fertilizer is produced locally and the price must be 40 US dollars. But they will tend to buy outside the country just to satisfy their needs. So if African countries remove that perspective of greedy and political, we will have better countries. I can tell you, each and every country can be able to produce their own fertilizers because governments borrow money from World Bank, okay, from a lot of organizations. They can pump in money. They are managing to build miles, billions of money. They can build organic fertilizer machines, inorganic fertilizer machines, everything can be there. But let's move that part.
So you've spoken to the next question I was going to ask, and I'm actually going to move away from my script and ask you a follow-up question on that, because what you're mentioning is perhaps one of the most important points of this conversation, which is the political economy of fertilizers. It's how decisions get made about whether governments subsidize or not, and choose what to subsidize. You've mentioned we need to invest in technology advances. We need to invest in knowledge production around organic fertilizers. That's a point well taken. In absence of political will and a true commitment to moving us away from this vulnerable state of being dependent on synthetic fertilizers, what would you say to industry players who are maybe not as effective lobbyists as the big agrochemical companies to actually get these markets going, to get these technological advances enacted in the way that we want? So what do we do while government sort of figures itself out?
All right. First of all, we must understand the farmer's point of view. Okay? Because if you are producing fertilizer, I am going back to the soil analysis. Not every soil needs 20 kgs of nitrogen per square meter. Okay? So the industries must focus. And I always say it is the intensive work for you to really come up with organic fertilizer solutions, because every soil has different needs. So if the industries wants to be very effective to support farmers, they must lay out, they must map out the country, like in Malawi, Lilongwe, average percent of the soil, what is lacking there. They should concentrate that, and they will go to another thematic area that can be done. There is no one-touch solution. Just say NPK 2321, then everyone is buying same fertilizer with different soil. That's madness. Yes.
Yeah. I suppose the response to that would be that fertilizer companies have an incentive to not produce that kind of information because they want mass usage so that you are forced to buy more in subsequent planting seasons. But that's a point taken. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to open it up now. So I'm going to ask a question and I'll let any of you three volunteer to answer it depending on whether you feel comfortable. The biggest misconceptions that governments make about fertilizers, be they synthetic or organic, what would you say those are? What should be the takeaway for government actors here in how they're understanding fertilizer usage correctly or not? Sure, I'll repeat the question. What are the biggest misconceptions that you see government actors having about fertilizers?
Can I answer that?
Yes, you can, and then I'll come to you.
Okay. One of the things that I think is a misconception is that they think that fertilizer is a win-win solution, for food security, of which we need to invest in integrated soil fertility management, whereby we use other soil amendments like your organic amendments, your biochars, your compost, your vermicompost, where we all integrate these solutions so that we can come up with a solution for food security in our continent and not over rely on fertilizers from imported from outside countries.
That's a very good answer. Thank you for that. There's an overemphasis on saying that if we solve the fertilizer problem, then we solve food security. It's much more complicated than that, and there are a lot more solutions available to us. Thank you. I'll come to you here.
It's not really a misconception, but I think as Africa, we're just focusing too much on the wrong thing, which we think that the challenge is reducing the synthetic fertilizer, reducing the use of synthetic fertilizer, but it is not necessarily that. It is just reducing our dependence on imported fertilizers while improving our soil health, nutrient use efficiency, and also the resilience of our food systems.
Cool.
I wanted to add.
You want to add?
Yeah,
Perfect.
just what she said to say we need to integrate the use of inorganic and organic. We shouldn't just be dependent on one thing.
Sure.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, yes, organic is important, but then also inorganic plays a huge role in our yield.
That's great. So, in light of that, what commitments would you want to see from government actors? What are some of the things that they should be looking into to actually enable this better integration of different methods of improving our soil fertility?
I can start by saying that the first thing is to move from fertilizer policy to soil health policy. And I'm speaking so much about policy because at Fanapan, we are all about agricultural policy. And this can look like integrating soil fertility management, crop diversification, and also improved soil organic matter. The government can also look into supporting the domestication of the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Action Plan, as well as improving nutrient use efficiency rather than simply increasing fertilizer use. I think those are the three most important things that the government should be looking into.
Okay, I think Blessings also raised that point to say government can also look into those solutions that maybe small youth have brought in already. We shouldn't just be focused on looking for new solutions, but let's sit down and think, because I'm sure there are things that have been written before. So let's go back and look at the drawing board where we started from. How can we look back to those solutions that we wrote and how can we start putting them into action?
Great. Let me move to my last one, which is your guys' requests for what you'd like to see in a declaration at the end of this conference. And I think here, thinking about how do we emphasize the problem and the vulnerability that we have as Southern African countries, how are we putting forward the problem that we've got in the context of this fertilizer dependency that we've created for ourselves? And what are some of the things that you think we need to put on the table as matters of priority to get ourselves out?
All right, maybe I can just start.
I think Blessings go ahead and then we'll go online.
All right, I always say the solutions are always there. And in different countries, there are young people who are doing really great and they are not stripping to find solutions. What is lacking is not skill, it's not knowledge, but it's investment. I've been attending a lot of webinars, a lot of fellowships, a lot. I mean, you are just trained capacity building, but what knowledge can be there doing without investment? Okay, so the government should invest in already existing solutions first and capacitate them. Okay, find in Zimbabwe who is producing organic fertilizer, okay, and ask him what he really needs to capacitate his business and how many farmers would he really want to reach out and how much money is needed. So if we can do that, the solutions, we already have them, but they just need to be amplified. So in this conference, I would really love to be declared indeed, there must be a clear investment, not just on the papers. Thank you.
I like that one. Put your money where your mouth is. Since was there something you wanted to come in on?
Yes, to add to what Blessings just said, I wanted to say maybe the government, we need to invest in our locally produced fertilizers and stop the over reliance on importing the fertilizer from European countries. And the other thing I wanted to say, if we can also, as African countries, invest in renewable energy-based fertilizer productions so that we can reduce the emission of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere and focus more on climate-smart agriculture.
That's
Thank you.
great. You've got a big round of applause coming for you, Siziswa. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you to my speakers. You've been amazing. Some really insightful inputs into a really important topic. And I'm hoping all the relevant people who need to hear these messages have taken note. Thank you very much for the inputs.
Thank you so much to our brilliant panelists for clarifying such a complex issue. And we've heard today that we cannot solely rely on the global supply chain for fertilizer, as it leaves us in an incredibly vulnerable position. And, true food security starts with fertilizer sovereignty. That's it. Let's put our hands together one more time. And we move on to the next part of the program. We dive into our success stories, and our speaker who's coming up next proves that you do not have to leave your rural community in order for you to start a thriving empire. He is a political science graduate turned visionary agripreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman took the wake-up call and transformed it into a regional phenomenon. His name is Terry of Kwateri. Can we put our hands together for him? He is the founder and CEO of Kwateri in Zimbabwe, a powerhouse enterprise spanning organic horticulture, livestock production, and an award-winning agrotourism traditional restaurant. Let's put our hands together for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Terry Maposa from Zimbabwe. So my task this afternoon is to follow the life journey of that guy on the screen. From that picture was taken in 1994. So we're going to trace from that picture up to the day. So it's an easy task, right? The house that you see there is the house that we used to live, me, my siblings, and my mom. My mom is disabled, so you can imagine the life. So we called that house a side plate because we would sleep the other side and our mom on the other side. So that's me right there in 1994. I was looking handsome, by the way, that time. So in that house, the truth is we couldn't afford to dream. The only dream that we had was to get food for the next day or shoes on our feet. Those were our dreams. To tell you that we were dreaming of maybe earning a living outside this house, it was practically impossible. So I was a brilliant student in school, in primary, but we were learning in a rural school. It was a deep, remote rural area in Zimbabwe. Fast forward, I passed my grade 7. I don't know in other countries how you grade your primary level. So in 2003, I passed my grade 7. Then I went to the ordinary level. So fast forward 2007, I was in Form 4. Then I wrote my O-level examinations. Then I wrote 7 subjects, right? Then I had 6 U's and 1 E. That means I had 0 subjects. I flunked all the subjects. That was in 2007. You can see me there. There, I know you want to laugh. That was in 2007 there. So I remember that time when I failed all the subjects. My mom literally told me that this marks the end of your life. So that means the job that I was supposed to do was probably, if you hire me to dig your toilet latrine, I would do that. To be a darker boy, I would do that. To go and work into your fields, that was my job now. So the whole of 2007, I was home. The whole of 2008, I was home doing that job. That was my day-to-day job. Come to 2009, I went back to the school that I had learned. Then I talked to the school head and I said, no, look, I think I need to come back to school. That was 2.5 years after my level exams. So she accepted that I should come back to school. So 2010, I was sitting on my O-level examination. Then I passed 11 subjects. So after that, then I proceeded to advanced level. Then I went to the University of Zimbabwe. That's when I started my first degree. That was political science. I was in the same corridor with Ian Bambe at the University of Zimbabwe. So I proceeded to do my master's. I did my master's in international trade and diplomacy. But just like anybody else out there, when you graduate from school, you start the job hunting period. But with my situation in our country, maybe just like any other country in Africa, with political science, you are not highly marketable. So you can accept any job offer that you get. So I was hired as a shop attendant at a furniture shop. That was my first job in 2016. I loved that job because that was my first full experience in town. You know, as someone who grew up in the rural areas, your ultimate dream is to go and live in the urban areas. So now I was renting in town and life was looking so beautiful. So it went on for like 6 months until the company stopped paying us our salaries. Now remember, when I started, I told you that my mom is disabled. So she was relying on my salary for a survival. Now I had a brother who was also working those tiny jobs at home. So the little that they would get at home, they would budget to send me some food in town. So because of that situation, in 2017, I decided to quit my job because it wasn't paying. But food for thought. Can rural solutions solve national, regional, and global food system problems? The story of Kwateri. 2017, I decided to go back to the rural areas to start my farming. When I was studying the chickens, the indigenous chickens, in Zimbabwe we call them the roadrunners. My plan wasn't to say I'm going to be a full-time farmer. When you grow up in the rural areas, you don't want to stay in the rural areas. So with me, I wanted to do it as a side hustle so that when things start shaping up, I'll go back to town. So the picture that you see there, that was me in 2017. I didn't have the money to build the proper fowl runs, so I used the thatch grass. I have a friend who used to mock me and say, if I come in the night and light up this fowl run, you will remain with nothing. And that was the reality. So that one was my fowl run. That picture, I have framed it and it's in my wall at my house. That was the beginning of my journey. Fast forward, when I started my Roadrunner project, I didn't know how to market myself because I had now thousands of chickens at home. The only possible market was Facebook. But in Zimbabwe, there were people who had already established their businesses in the same business. So I decided to take the route of posting on Twitter. You know Twitter, it's not fashionable to post about farming and stuff. It's banter through and through and politics. So I decided to go and post on Twitter, but the first days people were laughing at me. Mind you, we're still living in that same hut. So when I started posting on Twitter, the first days people were laughing at me, but then it started changing slowly and slowly. So what I then did in 2019, I posted a picture with my day-old chicks. So I was asking if there was anyone who wanted to do a roadrunner business coming into 2020. So I posted that picture, but I had a few followers, but then people started retweeting that post until I started getting more and more numbers of people requesting to get those free chicks. So December 2019, I gave out 866 free Roadrunner chicks to people on Christmas because I had plenty of people who were requesting the chicks. But what I didn't know is the act that I did of giving these people free Roadrunner chicks was probably the beginning of my blessings. So when I was coming into 2020, people now knew that this guy actually does proper Roadrunner farming. So in 2020, I started getting more and more people coming to buy from me the Roadrunners. So I said to myself in January 2020, if I get one client per week buying from me, I would give out free chicks to one person that same week. So by the end of 2020, I had given out free chicks to about 111 people for free. But people were coming to buy from me more and more. So the same year, 2020, I was telling my brother there that, sorry, I had to divert a bit. So when I was doing this farming thing, I was doing it at my grandfather's place. So what life does, or what I learned is, people usually wish you well when you're starting. But when you're actually doing the actual act, they'll withdraw their support. So when I was starting farming, my uncle would say, go Terry, go Terry, go, it's going to pay. But when I was actually going now, he started telling me stories that he doesn't want me to farm in his land. So what I then did, the only solution for me was social media. So I went on Twitter. Then I started tagging the permanent secretary for the Ministry of Lands every day. Good morning, PEMSEC. My name is Terry. I'm looking for land. Every single day. So it took him 6-7 months for him to respond, because I will post every single day. So the other day he said to me, Terry, that was around December 2020. Then he said, Terry, I think I owe you some coffee. You need to come to the office, then we have a meeting. So I was invited to the minister's office in 2020. Then I went to the minister's office. Long story short, I got my farm through Twitter. So beginning of 2021 was more of the beginning of greater things for myself. Because now I had learned that I could call my own. And then 2021 is the same year that I got my award as the best roadrunner farmer in Zimbabwe from the vice president. That same year. So the picture that you see there, after I realized that now the roadrunner business is moving on very well, I decided to do a bore at my rural homestead to start my horticulture projects. So because I'm close to some big mines, so I would go every morning to sell my vegetables, my okra, onions, and tomatoes to the contracting companies. The business was moving very well. Okay, according to my guys, the boys that are working for me, the business was moving very well. Then we said, no, guys, we now do roadrunners, and people know us countrywide that we're doing roadrunners. We are now doing horticulture, and it's moving very well. Let's start the broilers. So then we introduced the broilers. So every day we would wake up, we sell our roadrunners, we sell our vegetables, then we sell our broilers. But then the other time, that was in June 2021, we went to the shops and then we were selling our vegetables. Then we gave this woman 3 broilers. Then I had to ask her, so how much money do you make per 1 broiler? Then she said, I cut 14 pieces from the 1 broiler. Then I said, so that means $14, because $1 per piece. But I'm selling that same broiler $6 each. That means he's making 100% profit out of my hard labor. So I said to my guys, I think I don't need this anymore. So we had to stop the broilers. We had to stop the garden. That decision wasn't easy because I had to do it overnight. So my greatest weakness is that I'm not a good planner. I am very bad when it comes to strategic planning. So when I think of an idea today, tomorrow we start implementing. So we then started moving on with our roadrunners. But mind you, this is 2021. We had already started inviting some amateur football teams, these mabuzas. So we're inviting them to come to Village 6 to play these social leagues. So when I was telling my brother, I would say to him, I think we can create something that can make these people enjoy when they come down to the village. So now we were moving with our roadrunners, the garden we had stopped, the broilers we had stopped. 2022, then I said to him, no, Now that we had stopped all this, let me build a restaurant in the rural areas. Mind you, this is the first in Zimbabwe. There is no way where this has been done. So we're supposed to be the first to build this restaurant. My brother clearly told me that you are now confusing yourself. The little popularity that you're getting on Twitter is not the popularity that you get on the ground. My mother simply said no to the idea. So what I then did is I then stopped consulting from people. Because I knew sometimes if you continue consulting or maybe seeking validation from other people, you might get what you don't want to hear. So I then said to my brother, the little amount that I'm having right now, let's start building a restaurant. So 2022, we started building the restaurant, first of its kind, with our local source materials in our village. So we started building in March 2022, then we finished around December 2022. So beginning of 2023, we opened the first rural restaurant in Zimbabwe called Kwateri. That picture that you see there is me smiling at cars, hundreds and hundreds of cars coming to the restaurant every single day. So we have people who come from all corners of Zimbabwe coming to enjoy the traditional cuisine that we prepare at our restaurant. So the farm that I got from the government is where we farm all the produces that we cook at the restaurant. We have hosted all the football clubs in Zimbabwe from the top flight Premier League. The pictures that you see there, we did the first of its kind, a networking event in Zimbabwe that attracted over 200 companies, over 1,000 people that came down to the village for a networking event. The picture that you see there, these are schools. The school that my guys hosted yesterday is number 272 in Zimbabwe that we have hosted, giving the urban learners a rural experience. So what we do with these guys is when they come to the village, we give them an authentic rural experience. We go to milking with them. We go to the sage wild fruits with them. We cook with them the traditional way that we do in Zimbabwe. That's me searching wild fruits with the kids. So what we then did, after realizing that people have accepted our offering of the traditional rural restaurant, last year we offered the first rural Airbnb at Kwateri. That's the inside of the room. I don't know if you can see clearly. We have some nice guest houses at the village where people can come now and have an authentic rural experience where you come, enjoy the traditional cuisine, you spend the night there, then you leave the following day. That's the outside. That's me smiling at the people coming. Thousands of people come to the restaurant. Agro-tourism, the rural tourism, turning my rural village into a tourism center. What you see at the top is the restaurant. At the corner left there, that's the chickens that I do. At the center, the goats. The far right, that's the garden that we do, and the market below. So what we do, whatever we produce feeds the restaurant and it feeds the market. If you check now, the chickens that we rear, we supply the restaurant with 65%, the remainder we send it to the market. Same as our vegetables and same as our goats. So we produce what we cook. Save for the few things like cooking oil and salt, those are the only things that we don't produce at our farm. The rest of the stuff we produce for ourselves. After realizing that the people in the village had accepted us, these are the people that I grew up with. We developed our village economy in village 6. So we supplied free roadrunner chicks to every household in the village. That was the only way of paying back to the community that had given us what we wanted. We employed 25 workers from the village. All our workers at Kwateri are from the same village. So what the villagers do now, because Kwateri receives people from all corners of Zimbabwe and from the world, we have developed a market for them. They sell to us and they sell through us.
Sometimes we don't need to go to our farm to get goats and vegetables. These people, they have already marketed Kwateri. They can come and sell to us. So they sell to Kwateri and they sell through Kwateri. So when they produce their African artifacts like the bangles and bracelets, they come to sell to us or through us. So up to date, we have paid, to date, we have 47 kids that we're paying school fees for, but the total number is 97 students that we're paying school fees for from the same village. We provide sanitary pads to all the girls in the village and the groceries to the elderly people in the village. We've had the privilege of hosting students from universities in America. They'd come to have an exchange program and a raw experience at our restaurant. We have hosted dignitaries, ambassadors from different countries. We have also cooked for the United Nations and heads of states coming from the village. My belief after all this is if we can replicate the same model in different rural centers across our countries and across our globe, or across the region rather, these rural centers is what we need. I'm speaking from experience, it's something that didn't happen intentionally. Remember, I told you that my plan was to go back to town. But my belief now is if we set these rural centers across the continent, across our region, this can make these rural kids feel incorporated. The greatest challenge that we have is the people in the rural areas feel marginalized. In fact, they are marginalized. So what we need is to make sure we make the rural life more appealing. Let's make it look sexy to stay in the rural areas, which is something that's lacking. I can tell you for a fact that the people or the kids in my village, they are now confident of who they are because there is Kwateri. They can now see different cars, different people, heads of states coming to that same setup. We have hosted government ministers, government members of parliament, schools, all the universities in Zimbabwe have come to Kwateri. Now people have hope because they've seen it happening in the villages. So if we can replicate this same model across our countries, guys, we have moved from a scenario where we couldn't get $1 per day to getting thousands a day. And we've witnessed it happening in Village 6. So setting up these centers not only solve the food problems in the marginalized rural communities, but it gives confidence, which my brother Blessings was talking about. It gives confidence to the people in the rural areas. They need direction, but where do they get the direction if they still feel like they are being excluded from the government policies? If we set up these, I remember when I was speaking for the WFP, they had an RRT program, they would do the rural transformation programs, where they set complexes in different rural setups, so that the people in the rural areas, we will feel like we are probably living in a semi-urban area setup, where you supply them with clean water, reliable source of water, they can do their market gardening down in the villages. We need to set up these centers so that kids should feel that staying in the rural areas doesn't mean you are backward. Or we shouldn't take the rural areas as a retirement home. Rather, we can make it from the rural areas. I thank you.
Wow. Absolute excellence. We can actually be on our feet to clap for that. Impressive. A real success stories of what's happening on the ground. Building a secular economy on communal land. He did that, hey? He did it. And thank you so much, Terry, for showing the SADC region, you know, how important agriculture is as a platform, you know, to create or a way to create frontline opportunities. And, you know, just hearing him speak, what's your excuse? Ask your neighbor, what's your excuse? I mean, you can start where you are with what you have. As Nike says, just do it. Just one person, what did you learn from this presentation? What did you learn? What did you learn? Thank you.
What I took from him is give and it shall be given to you. It's a kingdom principle. Yes.
Wow, that's a principle. Full measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over. Where are my Christians at?
I think not only was it incredibly inspiring, African problems for, I mean, African solutions for African problems, that's definitely something I took away.
Beautiful. We learned so much. Yeah?
Move it back.
Okay, thank you. I've been following Terry for quite a long time now, and he's such an inspiring gentleman for the youth around Zimbabwe. So my name is Vusiso Moyo. I'm from Lupane Youth for Development Trust. As Mr. Gondo said, it's a rural organization that works with young people. From Terry, what I took is corporate social responsibility. You can see how Terry is working with his community. Where he started, he's also giving back. And the power of social media, the digital marketing that Terry does is so amazing. You have people from Russia ever coming to Wateri. So from here, I'm getting a discount on the chalet. I'll be Wateri.
What are we posting? The impact of social media and how he is pushing his business. Let's get someone from this side on what he learned.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lebogang Botloko. I'm particularly very interested in how he utilized Twitter to really get the word out. I don't think we utilize our social medias enough. So I just really wanted to commend that, especially how the gendered lens when it comes to climate, farming, and everything. So I really like how he's able to give back to women when it comes to sanitary pads, especially in Village 6, which is a place I assume there's a serious lack of resources. And then giving to the elderly. I think, yeah, you're doing really great work. I'm very inspired and I can't wait to hear more. Thank you.
Fantastic. So inspiring.
For me, is Terry's daring attitude. I was on Twitter when when he started posting about his chickens on Twitter. And you know, so in Zim, Twitter is classified amongst the social media as the Premier League or the Champions League. In fact, people call it that. So if you play for some social league and you come to post your things on Champions League, people do laugh at you hard. And Terry was just unfuzzed. I remember how he actually literally was dividing people because he kept on posting his chickens. Even when he said, no, there's a place for such chickens. You can try the other socials, but he remained there. And even when he was pestering the permanent secretary, first days we just said, this boy is being a nuisance. And eventually people actually started tolerating it, because imagine where he's tweeting every day for 6 months. And so the point is that sometimes you need that daring and fast attitude, because people already have attitude with people who are in poverty. We have our biases. We have attitude with people who are from the rural areas, even people who themselves came from rural areas. You know, it's very funny. They'll be the first one to ridicule the ones that are also trying to run away from the same rural area. But he had this. So I'm meeting him for the first time here, for the record. Yes. But yeah, we met in the Champions League. But physically, yes, with these chickens. So even that fowl run, which is made of grass. So there's this thing where if you're a farmer, you cannot like smokers, because there's a risk of failed fire. When they throw away the stumps, they will ignite the veld where you graze your animals. One day when he was posting that picture, people were throwing those stamps. They will come and just touch it. But I saw him, although I had not met him, I saw him, I can tell his story because he was present on social media. Social media is a place where some people are getting depression because they take to heart some of the overly negative comments that are there. So there's something to be learned about how you can manipulate and take advantage of social media. He would have had to know someone who knows the permanent secretary to get access. But because the permanent secretary has a Twitter handle from the same village, he was able to tag him, and it became until, you know, the biblical story where someone says, just vindicate me from my adversary, until they say, this person is just being a nuisance. Let's give in to what they want. It's in essence what he did. So he has become accepted in the Champions League, although he was not exhibiting anything from the Champions League from the beginning. So that unfuzzed attitude is something that I really want young people to have as achievement, where don't be bothered. You know what you want. You see, we're talking about the power of negotiation. Go for what you are after. Don't listen to noises. Because one day, we will listen to your story like we have listened to Terry's story. Thank you.
Wow, one more time, Terry. Let's put our hands together. It's over to you, Dixon.
Thank you very much. We're now diving into the very last item on the program for today. This is a panel discussion. At this moment in time, let me invite Piroska Mvanda, all the way from Tanzania. She's going to be leading in this panel discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and the young leaders who are in this building. Sambonani. Am I right? The people from South Africa. I'm trying to learn some Zulu and all of that. So we're going to the youth panel. And this youth panel that we're going to have right now, I want to tell you one thing. It's going to be the youth people in front of you, giving the youth idea, the youth mindset to this forum. And I hope everybody will be able to engage. And I would like to introduce the topic that we're going to have with these panelists today. Our topic is from participation to influence, the role of young people in driving inclusive and development and regional transformation. So I will introduce my panel as they come forward. I would like you all to clap some hands, guys, because these are young people and they are going to be with us today. So I would like to invite first Taran Buhud. This is a SADC youth parliamentarian and SAI of Legion Board Deputy Secretary General. Taran, please clap at the hand for Taran. Yeah, as Taran is coming, I would like to invite Faith. This is the planning committee member and your youth panelist representing an educational perspective. Faith, please come ahead and everyone clap their hands for Faith. I would also love to introduce the Tobian Speaker of the Nations and the Reaction Coordinator of the Institute of African Knowledge and the Museum of Africa Liberation from Zimbabwe. Please clap the hand for this young person. And he need to tell us why he called himself Speaker of Nations. Anyway, and I would like to introduce another panelist, Celestine, all the way from Mozambique. Can we all clap the hand from Celeste? Yeah, thank you so much. And this is the panel that we are going to have today. And let me assure you, we're going to dive deep in this topic and let's get to know. You know, we have reached to a point where young people are no longer requesting to just to be in the seat or to be in the loom or to be at the table. Young people are looking forward to be the little force and the little influence behind the decision making and all of that. So how are we moving from that place going forward as we will be discussing and dive deep with my panelists in front of me? So I would like all of us to engage. Thank you. Okay. As we'll be speaking, we won't have the time to introduce ourselves first, but as we will be speaking, I would like us to answer for the question that I will be asking you all for the benefit of the crowd that we have. And I would like also you to introduce yourself while you were speaking. Okay, let's start with Speak of Nation. We often see, as I've been saying here, we often see young people in the room and they always want to be heard and they always want to make, I can say, the little change and influence. How do you really think now we are getting from that stage of just being at the seat and being in the room and just being, I can say, in the table, but to be the people who are really bringing the influence? How do we get from that stage going forward?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Allow me to send my greetings to the leadership of the forum. And I'm sending my greetings in the spirit of, Kwame Nkrumah's call for Africa's unity by saying, Amandla,
Awetu.
Amandla. Yet it is the same call in which I so much believe that it is not enough unless African youths begin to claim the space of telling their own story. So if you listen to the topic of this discussion, it is saying, how do we transcend from participation to influence? And as a person of history or as a student of history, allow me to answer this historically with historical facts. African youths have always been participating. Africans themselves have always been participating. So if you want to talk about how the world began to be civilized, you go down to the country that is Egypt, which is the first civilization of the world, inspiring Greece, inspiring Rome, inspiring Great Britain, inspiring America. We cannot talk about Africa outside the bracket of participating. So the conversation should graduate from how then do we utilize the participation in making it influence. And it goes down to how best can we tell our story. Allow me to congratulate you, my brother Terry. I am also from Zimbabwe. He is from Zimbabwe. The village that he speaks, that's where I got my first job as a groundsman, cutting grass. And if you go to that village, you don't see hope. Terry was participating, but there was nobody to tell his story. The moment you begin to ask of how youths can gain influence, you need to get down to these facts. Number one, in the year 1304, there was a man called Ibn Battuta. I want to show you how disadvantaged we are as Africans, all because we don't know how to tell our own story. Ibn Battuta was born in 1304. He traveled the whole world. He is the man who is responsible for drawing what we call the Rila map, which explains the whole Arabic Peninsula. And guess what? This is in 1304. From 1325 up to 1354, he was an explorer. He wrote books. He was a scholar. And guess what? There is somebody in America there who was traveling in America, but from Italy in the year that was now 1844. Guess what? That man was called Christopher Columbus. If you go to Zimbabwe and you read a small book which is poisonous, and I think it should be banished, it is called The Student's Companion, you realize that they teach our children that Christopher Columbus was the most traveled man. But I am here as an African telling you that he bought books from Ibn Battuta, who was from Morocco in 1354. Those are the books he used for his exploration. So Ibn is participating, Christopher Columbus is participating, but there is nobody telling the story of Ibn Battuta. I will not end there. I'll go to this as I land, Madam Chair.
Yes, sure.
In Manchester, the first industrial revolution was not capacitated by people from Manchester, but this is slave trade from Africa going to Manchester through a textile industry of a cotton scraper that was created by an African called Ned. But guess what? He was a slave to a person who was called Ebert, and he is the man who was then credited only for creating a cotton scraper. Think of Manchester. It is a land of textile industry. So I believe we need to be able to own the IPs to tell our own story. Thanks to my brother here, Terry.
Thank you so much. Yes, that was very powerful from you, the Speak of Nations. And as we can see, we are diving deep into the topic. And let me remind you one thing, these are young people in front, trying to share their mindset, trying to share their idea. Who knew we would go to the history, diving deep to this topic, and yet we have landed to the history of Africa. Thank you so much. And I will come back to that because I have a lot of questions to be sure of. Anyway, but as we speak of young people, Faith, we know that young people is not just a single group. While we speak about young people, we have a lot of, I can say, composition that name. We have women in young people. We have person with disability in young people. We have marginalized youth in young people. So how do you think also we include them in this way as we are going to our way of making sure that young people, we are the source of influence and the changes?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Faith Kangwashili. I am from Namibia. To answer your question, I'm going to base it off of the education perspective. Education in inclusivity, in education is where you see whether it is failing or winning. There are many people that have access to education but are not able to receive the benefit of what it can provide because they might be in marginalized areas, they might be living with disabilities, and or just are not able to, or are experiencing barriers that are preventing them to extract the benefit of what education can bring for them. So I would suggest, actually, as a strong recommendation, that we speak to the young child before they are able to be, because we understand that the education system is what grows and grooms a child because they spend majority of their lives in that place. So instilling education systems where they are able to learn about their human rights as well as to learn about the constitution and how they can strengthen their personified personhood in that system will then help them be able to stand strong in who they are, whether they are coming from different backgrounds that may not be beneficial to one that it does not understand where they're coming from.
Thank you so much, Celestine, for that answer. Faith, for that answer. And as you can see, inside this panel, I have people with different perspective. We spoke about history, we're speaking about education, and now let's dive deep into technology because we cannot speak about young people if we are not touching about technology. So, Taran, I would like to know, as a person who you have experience in things of technology and innovation, and I would like to get to know better how innovation technology can play the role in this. I can say in this aim that we have at the young people to become the influence of development and change.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your question. And I think technology it gives young people nowadays something that the previous generation didn't have at the same scale. Is the ability to identify a problem, build a solution, reach thousands, sometimes millions of people without waiting for permission from a traditional institution. But I want to make it personal. I'm not going to speak about technology only as an observer. I have recently founded a consultancy firm in the UK, and I am going to speak as the founder of this consultancy, which is called Air Development Consultancy. And my work sits at the intersection of technology, artificial intelligence, robotics, and entrepreneurship. And I should probably clarify that when I say I work in technology, I do not just mean that I know how to change the Wi-Fi password, just reset the Wi-Fi. I actually work with systems where questions are not simply what is the problem. The question is, can we build something that solves it? And let me be honest, there's a big difference of having an idea and building the idea. An idea is very cooperative, a prototype is not. An idea works perfectly in your head. The prototype has other plans. But the process is really important because it teaches young people to move from discussing the problem to actually building the solutions. And that is the mindset I think Africa needs from its young people. We should not only be training our young people to apply for jobs created by other people, rather, we should be creating an environment where young Africans can build the technologies, businesses, and institutions that create opportunities for others. At AIR, we are trying to move from asking, wouldn't it be great if someone solved this problem, to asking, what would it take us to build that solution ourselves? Sometimes the answer to that question is more funding, sometimes it's better equipment. And sometimes the answer is that the code that we written at 3 a.m. and we need to start all over again, which is so hectic. But that is the mindset I believe we need. We are already seeing what this look like. There are innovation spaces such as the Unipod at the University of Johannesburg, supported through a partnership involving the UJ and UNDP's Timbuktu Innovative, providing young innovators with access to AI and robotics laboratories, prototyping facilities, mentorship, and business support. A student-led agricultural innovation called Farm IoT AI emerged from this type of ecosystem using technology to address real problems faced by farmers. That is the model I believe we need to scale across Southern Africa. A young person in Mauritius should be able to collaborate with a young engineer in South Africa, a developer from Zambia, and an entrepreneur from Botswana. And ideally, we should be able to do that without needing 17 emails, 3 meetings, and a document explaining why we need to have the very first meeting. Technology, thank you. Technology can connect us, and innovation ecosystems can empower us. And I believe the most important shift is young people should not only be seen as users of of technology, we should be trusted as builders of the future. Because if the problems of Africa are African, then some of the solutions must be built by Africans too. Thank you.
Much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Taran. As you can see, guys, we are trying to establish some ideas. And if you are following up with us, you would have later understand where we are going and where we were coming from as young people trying to be the force and be the influence going forward. And I hope we have, different institutions which are supporting young people in the building should understand exactly what is the mind of young people when we speak. We want to be the influence, we want to be the change. Because as Talan spoke here, you can clearly see that we can even have a simple idea, but it will take several meetings to establish our point. It will take a lot of email just for us to be heard for the ideas that we have, regardless of how people keep saying that we support young people. So as we see, this is the mind of young people trying to explain exactly how they want to become the force and influence. So back to you, Celestine. I would like to know, let's not just speak about the mind of these young people. Can we speak about how could we challenge every young people toward this goal that we have to become an influence and and the change, especially the young people who are in this forum today?
Okay, thank you for inviting me for this panel discussion. I'm from Mozambique. I would like to speak Portuguese and summarize in English. Thank you. Muito obrigada, né, pelo convite nesse painel. Vou falar em português, porque tenho aqui minhas companheiras de Moçambique, então para podermos entender melhor. Eu sou uma empreendedora moçambicana que comecei pequena como testemunho de Terence. Gostava de incentivar a todos que pretendem empreender, dizer que o começo vale mais que o fim. É do pequeno que a gente vai crescendo. Eu comecei a minha caminhada, né, de empreendedorismo em 2019, ainda estava no papel, e depois disso esqueci o papel. Mas depois de um tempo, porque estava lá aquela vontade de empreender, em meio a tantos desafios, acabei novamente pegando aquela ideia e fui transformando, tanto que hoje já me encontro sendo convidada para ser painelista, sendo convidada para poder expor os meus produtos além fronteiras. Não é fácil nem empreender, empreender é solitário, mas precisamos nos agarrar umas às outras, precisamos procurar por oportunidades e influenciar os outros. Por exemplo, cá estou hoje aqui na África do Sul, a representar a minha marca Nutrecaia e a representar a mim mesma. Há quem está lá do outro lado de Moçambique a se inspirar, né, pela minha presença neste lugar. Então, gostava imenso, né, de incentivar as empreendedoras que estão aqui para que não desistam, para que continuem sempre em frente em meio aos desafios. Os desafios estão lá, os desafios caminham conosco dia após dia, e é necessário, né, não esperarmos somente os apoios, vamos começando a empreender com aquilo que nós temos, e o networking faz-se, né, por exemplo, nesse meio. Aqui você conhece, por exemplo, o pessoal da Agra, da SADEC, então o teu nome vai avançando um pouco. Isabela, acho que já entendeste, né, como funciona. Estando nesse meio, tens que ter network, não somente sentar, procurar saber quem é que vai te levar ao próximo nível. Thank you. I need to summarize in English. If I call challenge every young person in Southern Africa to take one action after this forum, it will be stop waiting for opportunities and start creating them with their own communities like Terence. Real change begins when young people move from conversations to actions, whether by starting a business, leading a community initiative, developing a climate-smart solution, mentorship other young people, or advocating for better policy. Every action, no matter how small, has the power that creates lasting impact. South Africa is full for talent, innovation, and resilient young people. If each of us commits to solving just one challenge in our community while collaborating across borders, we can transform our region into one that is more food security, climate resilient, and economical inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faith. Yeah, I liked it, and it was a very, very nice summary, and we all understand that. And I would like to say it is a very, very, I can say, inspiration and action to take for young people. We shouldn't be just people who are there saying we don't see opportunity, we are not involved, and blah, 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 blah. But we should start from us being that opportunity that we're looking forward. So just coming back to you, Tobian, as we see now, we are speaking about the action that young people can take. And we're also seeing there's a part that action that young people can take toward the change that we want, but also the part that government can play toward the change that we had. Taking both of these sides, comparing and how together we can move forward if both of them take actions.
Thank you so much. To answer that, I would say that you go to 1964, the General Assembly of the United Nations, the shortest speech ever delivered by a person in humankind, by a man called Ernesto Che Guevara. It ended by a phrase which is very important, which says homeland or death, patria or royalty. So we need to be able to understand one thing. If we're going to collaborate with governments as young people to make sure that we have youth solutions, number one, death cannot be defined. We don't have power over it. Home can be defined. It is a combination of a father, a mother, and a what? And a child. A child is not a participant. A child is not an observer. Children should not be told what to do. Children should do what should be told. So we are moving from an issue of youths just being participants, but youths being active participators, number one. Number two, youths also making the decisions that matter. So what I think governments should be able to do right now, because if I'm going to be frank enough in a revolutionary spirit, I would say as young people, we think somewhere, somehow, we have fights with governments. Because if you check, colonialism was not a color thing. It was not a skin thing. It was a mentality. With all the facts I have given you, Africans and young people were participating, but somebody was holding power to tell the story of their influence. Somebody was not giving them an opportunity to tell the story of their influence. And today we have the so-called African governments in positions who would like to fund us ceremonially, yet we give resolutions and resolutions are not put into implementation. So we need to get to a position where we turn our revolution as young people, not towards the history of colonialism, but towards the governments themselves. I'm not appearing to be problematic here. I'm just giving you the reality which is on the desk. Somebody has power, and that somebody should give us that power, and we tell our own story. That is how we can collaborate.
Thank you so much. Such an inspiration. I can say talk. I heard someone back there said amen. That was so funny, by the way. Anyway, so as we lap it up, Taran, I would like to just pose this, I can say the same question, but I would like you to just tell us the position of the government supporting our ideas, the position of the institutions supporting our ideas going forward. As we all know that young people want to be supported, as you mentioned in your speech, that we are facing some obstacle when we want to collaborate with people, regional, I can say continental, but we are not be able to do so because the system are so closed. You're welcome.
So what I think is that the government needs to move from consulting young people about decisions to co-creating decisions with young people. And that means like involving young people before the policies is written, not after the policies has already been designed. And I think there are three practical things government can do. It's first to give the young people formal roles with clearly defined responsibilities, not just invitations to attend meetings. Because I think young people have already received enough invitations to meeting. And at this point, some of us have enough invitation to create like a very impressive calendar and still have no idea what decision is actually being made. So the first thing we need is not another invitation. We need a role with a responsibility. Second, give young people access to resources, because a voice without resources can easily become a symbolic. If young people are involved in deciding priorities but have no influence over budgets, their influence remains limited. Third is creating accountability mechanisms. After every major consultation, the young people should be able to ask, what did you hear? What did you accept? What did you reject? And why? Because sometimes consultations feel like a little bit like giving feedback on a group project after the group project has already been submitted, which is pointless. We have already seen young people change the legal framework in itself. An example is in Nigeria. Nigeria is not too young to run movement, successfully pushed for reforms that lowered age barriers for running for political office, demonstrating that organized youth advocacy can change the rules of political participation. So my message to governments is simple. Do not give young people a seat with only a microphone. Give us a seat with a mandate. And where possible, give us a vote, a budget, and a clear mechanism to hold the system accountable. Because consultation without consequence is not an influence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, my time is up, but I would like to give I can say a chance to one person to ask question to my panel. Just one person. I want one question so that I can wrap this up. Quick one. Can I get a hand? Oh, yeah, there we go. Please assist me. Let's
Okay. Thank you so much. I was listening to President Ibrahim Traore yesterday. He was speaking on they made a research in the country for the students who are going abroad. And they came to realize more than 800 students have been financed by the government of, is it Saudi Arabia, to go and learn Sharia law. and is asking when they graduate, what are they going to do with the Sharia law in the country where there is no any institution where you can practice Sharia law? But they're going there because they are given the scholarship. But if you look at the country that is giving them the scholarship, for them, their kids, they're investing in technology. They're learning AI, they're producing, they have the industries. So in my school, when I was studying in my primary school, I was learning a lot of things. You learn the First World War, you learn the who caused the First World War, the Archduke. You will learn about a lot of stuffs, which when you come to the reality, there is no way you can practice them. So to the question to the panel, what kind of education do they see is suitable for our young people in the community for the future of our continent? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that question. I believe that education systems are very focused on examination teaching instead of empowering how young people can then use those skills that they have outside of once they finish their degree or finish their school year. So I believe that being able to provide more programs that align strictly with what the child is not only interested in, but will be able to monetize when they move out of that institution, is what will allow a lot of young people, once they are done schooling, not to just sit with their degree or sit with their education, because this is going to be what they choose within the education system will directly align with what they know is the path for them. Because a lot of time, young people are put in this bracket where they don't know. They are under that assumption that they don't know, but really they do. If a young person then decides that they want to go into art and is able to really make that into a monetizing situation, it will be beneficial for them. Because why? Not only is it their schooling that will align with them, but also their heart and their passion. So that's what pushes who they are well after they are outside of that institution.
Okay, thank you. Just a minute. I just want to add on what she was saying. So to answer your question, my dear comrade, we need to get to a position where we redefine what is called education. I've got a problem with people who think education is found in certain sources where you go, you take it for you to be able to go back to your community and give solutions. That's a barbaric, colonial way of defining what is education. Colonialism came to tell us that you shall need to go to school. And when you go to school, you shall need to graduate to be integrated into the industry. Where is the industry? That's my question. Where is the industry? Students are a microcosm of a macrocosm. They are a small representation of the bigger society where the problems are. So when they come to school, they are not coming, they are coming already with a case study of how the village is like. It is in the classroom where the industry should be. So we need to redefine what is a university. When we come to the university, we are coming to give solutions. And I would like, on this one, allow me to give credit to the president of Zimbabwe for implementing what they call Education 5.0, a heritage-based education system, where we are told, go to school, learn, create jobs for your own selves. So when I graduate in 4 years, lastly as I learned, my mother, who has paid school fees for 4 years, should not be accepting me in her house if I'm not coming with solutions. When I left 4 years ago, she was telling me how to feed the chicks. When I'm coming back, she'll ask me, how do we make these chicks get to be more? And I tell her, let me look for a job to be able to answer that. I think that's where the problem is.
Thank you so much. Wow, 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 wow. As we are finishing this, as we can see, I would like all of us to clap the hands for my panelists, because it was just short, but I do hope you guys have learned a lot and have take a lot from this panel. Clap the hands as they went to their chairs. More clapping, more clapping, more clapping. This was good, guys. I do hope you guys also learned a lot. And allow me to introduce myself. My name is Philos Kamvanda from the United Republic of Tanzania. I'm the CEO of this generation organization, the organization that deals to amplify the voice of the young leaders, the voice of the young people. As you can see, this is my work. And I have a podcast that is dealing about amplifying the voice of these young people. Yeah. And apart from that, I'm the member of the Youth Democracy Network, making sure that whatever that we want to do as young people, we get to have people who will be accountable for whatever that we want to achieve. And I would like to say good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much. An insightful session indeed. And the agro youth strategies shared today are promising, but with anything, implementation is key. Thank you very much. Once again, let's put our hands together for our brilliant panelists.
Are you ready to party? I'm asking you now. Before I ask them, are you ready to party?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I am ready. Are you guys ready to party? Are you ready to party?
Okay, so we're going to end with the DJ on the decks, but after that you can make your way out, and we meet again. We convene again tomorrow. We look forward to the sessions again tomorrow as we continue to come up with solutions, and to the organizing committee, to the volunteers, and those who are part of the planning team, please remain behind, and the rest of us can find our way out. But before that, Sada, we wanna party!